You know, in NR Night in America, it's really about first. What can we do to always better what we did before? Super speedways, we've been doing that forever. Intermediates, you know we've done it, but we've never done a race overseas. We've never done a race on a road course. We've never clocked 2:15 at a road course as well. How about Next-Gens at Lama, and we make it an e-ticket event? I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg. Welcome to the 2025 World Grand Prix. 50 drivers, 3 hours. Let's also not forget that it's a timed race as well. Oh my goodness, so much new on this brand new Friday night.
I'll tell you, I'm just frazzled right now. I'm all over the place because there's so much new stuff with this event that we've never done before. And you know what? It's kind of the NR way. If
Yes.
we're going to try something new, let's just jump full head first on into it. We'll see what happens from there. But it's not like it's by chance by any means. These guys have been testing nonstop. Some guys you might know up front, some guys you might know in the back, and some guys you might not know who might beat them all tonight. There's everyone.
There are so many changes to this racetrack, so many changes leading up to the event. Originally, the event was going to have chicanes, and you said the NR way, I'd say the American way. We got rid of the chicanes, and why not sell speed, right? Why not make it a spectacle? Why don't we put these drivers in scenarios that they've never tested before? And to be honest, there's some names in there that you know very well. There's some names in there that you're going to be seeing for the first time, including running up front.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're not doing it just yet. But I think the pick segment this week might be one of the most random for an e-ticket we've had yet. Because we have not thrown these guys in the blender of a road course like this, let alone one this big, this fast. I mean, you talked about it earlier, 2:15. I mean, outside of maybe the Indiana 500, have we ever reached that speed in an e-ticket before?
I don't think so. I mean, the closest we could get to, I think, was 2:10 at Michigan. That for the USA 500. Yeah. But when they clock 2:15 down the Mulsanne, it's going to be nuts. Matter of fact, this event is so unique. We had to relearn how the car was going to drive. We had to relearn the track map and everything. Matter of fact, I have a driver that wants to go ahead and showcase Lama. So let's do this. We're going to step aside for a couple minutes. We'll be right back. Go learn Lama for just a moment before we dive more into the World Grand Prix. The time being, because there's just one thing. We didn't do the whole showcase. Let's showcase it now.
Orlando ain't never seen anything move that fast.
Welcome to the 27th e-ticket event, the World Grand Prix. So many have asked us, how are 50 NASCAR Next-Gens going to take on Lama, a 8.42 mile racetrack with a long straightaway and airy corners? You know what? Let's roll with Josh Lilly, the 2.4 hours a Daytona NASCAR Truck Series class winner, to show you what it's all about. Welcome to turns 1 and 2. That's where you get into your first passing zone, that being turn 2 in the Dunlop chicane. A nice straightaway into a right-hander, back to the left, and a nice cut in turn 3 brings you to the S's of turns 4 and 5. A quick right-hander in turn 6, and you are now on the Mulsanne straight. It is 3 miles of pack racing until you get to turn 7. Now, we have Americanized Lama. We took out the chicanes. You'll be clocking 215 down the Mulsanne Straight. And some are asking, did we rename Turn 7? Yes, we did. We have now codenamed that Daytona Beach. At Lama, there is a chicane sponsored by Daytona. We said, you know, if you go a little bit too far in Turn 7, you're going to end up in the sand trap. Let's call that Daytona Beach. From there, it goes to Turn 8, 9, and 10. Welcome to Indianapolis to a range. Turn 11 and 12 brings you right to the Porsche curves of 13 and 14, followed by the Corvette curves from turn 15 on. It's the last dash to the Ford chicane of 16, 17, 18, and from 19, you'll see the checkered flag if you can survive the 3 hours of racing. Passing zones, pretty simple. Turn 2, 7, 9, 10, 16, and 19, the best opportunities to make up time. And if you're going to win this race, you may need to beat that of Hector Collazo. He holds the lap record here with a 3:37.975, an average speed of 139 miles per hour. And that's how quickly things can change around Le Mans. Talked about how hairy and, you know, dangerous it could be. Well, guess what? What's great about this track? Opportunities to make mistakes. Let's talk about Hector Collazo. He's been the fastest in speed weeks so far. He's been the fastest nonstop. I just mentioned how he has the track record there with the Next Gen here at Le Mans. Jarrett, can anyone beat the driver that's been that good in speed weeks? We've seen it before on the oval side.
I'm going to sound like an old racing cliche. Yeah, he can. He can beat himself. If he makes a mistake, it can be costly because especially I think tonight we're going to see some very long green flag runs after the field starts getting spread out. You make a huge mistake, you get a ton of damage. You have to fix that damage and limp your way back around this really, really long track at a slow pace, and everyone else might be blazing at 215 at different points. You're going to be so far behind, even if you do it in the first hour, you might not be able to come back.
And the big thing is this track is over 8 miles in length. You make a mistake, oh boy, it's going to go ahead and bite you real quickly. Let's talk about it as well. This is a timed race. Why is it a timed race instead of laps? Well, we don't know how many laps it would be to get to the checkered flag if we really try to gauge it. So we said 3 hours, that's the limit, which means there's no overtime. If it gets under 10 minutes, you're really in the case and scenario where if caution comes out, the race is over with less than 10 minutes remaining.
That's a very old school feel too. I mean, this is basically mid 2003 NASCAR where you're going to be on edge the last 10 minutes of the race depending on what happens. You don't want to see a giant big one unless maybe your driver's leading, then you definitely do, but most of us don't. And I think that's going to be one little added ripple and layer, kind of a texture to this race that is going to set it apart from, I think, any other e-ticket we've had.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to really kind of dive on into. Drivers starting their first ever e-ticket. You look at that at Ty Leclerc. Veterans at that. The field very different from what we saw with the Florida 500.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to you before we went live, and 50 driver, 50 car field. Only 20 of them, only half of the Florida 500 field is in this race. So you're going to see new faces. And John, if you're somebody who's a regular, like a Daniel Mosteller, like a Braden Movick, any of them, up at the front, you're going to see new faces that you might not race with a lot. If you're some of these guys in the middle or back of the pack, you're going to see new faces you don't race with a lot. So you're going to be learning as the race goes, especially since you're not going to get that many laps before the race starts.
And you know what? You think back to the Indiana 500. Who was new? Zachary Truhl. Who was new? Yahir Rodriguez. And what was interesting about them? They became regulars. So, do we see someone overperform tonight? And you see them come Darlington for the Southern 500, come Alabama 500 time at Talladega? I think it is very possible. Here's an update, though. 10-minute qualifying. We're going to dive into all that in just a matter of moments. I think it's the best part of this show, Jarrett. You said it earlier, it's going to be a little random with how we do this because of how different this event is. What are the picks and who is your underdog?
Well, like I said, it's going to be random because you're going to have guys that you're like, oh, of course that guy's in the picks. And then you're going to have others where it's like, who? You know, like Guardians of the Galaxy style. Who? Well, I'm going to start with somebody who's in a lot of these races. You don't think of him too often, but I think he can get up there and be a top 15, top 20, even top 10 guy, depending on what happens. Give me Josh Lilly.
Ooh,
that Red Bull purplish pink 97. I think we're going to see that car a lot tonight.
I think the interesting thing about Josh Lilly, he made Red Bull his brand because he won an event that was very unique. Almost like this, a timed race, but it was a multi-class show with the Truck Series just over a year ago at Daytona. I said, Josh, you won in a community event that just took the world by storm. Stick with Red Bull. He ran with it. And now it's almost like when you go back and watch old NASCAR races, see the Denny Hamlin schemes, what color is it going to be this year for Red Bull? Or in that case, FedEx, this time Red Bull. I'm excited to see what Josh can do. Honestly, this is his best shot to win an e-ticket all year. He's going to need to lock in. Another driver that has the best shot at winning an e-ticket all year tonight, I look no further than Jeff Perchatsky. Perchatsky is a road course ringer out of Southern California. Matter of fact, the last couple of months, he's been working at NASA in Huntsville, Alabama. He brought his whole sim setup over there. He's raced NR9 in America multiple times. And I asked Jeff, are you a big oval guy on iRacing? You ever plan on being a big oval guy? He says yes or no, but every time you have a road course, he shows up, shows out. He's going to be one of the road course ringers at 48, a throwback to the old Corvette that used to race here.
And if he's working at NASA and has that car, might have to call that car the Space Shuttle.
The Space Shuttle, yes.
You know what? Let's get into the favorites, the guys that we think are going to be racing out front. I think this guy has a really good shot of running top 3 or 4 today. He's run really well in the last couple NR Night in Americas at road courses. I like Thurston tonight. I think he's somebody who can surprise. He's had so many times where he's run up front and then gotten wrecked in these e-tickets. This might be one where he goes up there and gets a win.
Yeah, you know what? James Thurston, let's talk about it as well. He has missed one e-ticket. I say this all the time. And I just continue to add the notes, Command C, Command V to the next year or the next week. He has raced or attempted in every e-ticket since the original Florida 500, but he's never won an e-ticket. Multiple wins in NR Night in America. Drivers at the end of the Florida 500 said, we need to start talking about how James Thurston just can't get it done, but he has shown speed on road courses before. Can this be the night? You think so? You know, I think underdog. Because what happens on lap 1? What happens at the end of the Mulsanne straight? Do they end up in Daytona Beach? Yes, you heard it when we watched Josh Lilly go around the racetrack. It's very possible that 50 drivers can barrel into Mulsanne at the end, into Daytona Beach, and we're left with 30 guys left. So I look no further than Ty Leclerc to go ahead and see if he could drive to survive. You think options, you think statistics with a road course. I think the unpredictability of NR Night in America where Ty Leclerc could go ahead and rise.
And really in a lot of other places outside of maybe a super speedway, you wouldn't hear his name if he's in an e-ticket because he'd be somewhere in the middle. But hey, he's somebody I think that's really solid, and if he's able to avoid the trouble, and that's going to be the big thing. Like, it's not just the favorites who might be in trouble with that. It's everybody in the field. Like, the safest place might be either if you have a huge lead or if you're all the way in the back in 50th.
Oh, yeah.
But some other guys that we talked about that are getting slept on. I think this is kind of like going to be the theme of our picks tonight. Yahir Rodriguez at 16. He has been getting slept on a lot, I think, and can be a very solid top, maybe 5, top 10 for sure guy.
And one of the RGR guys, originally not a stock car driver, used to the open wheel side of iRacing. Even the road course side, Yahir, not a bad pick at all. But then you start going into the stats of NR. Looking at stat book, who's been well with road courses? I start looking at PBR a little bit and not towards James Thurston. We don't talk about this driver much because performance on a super speedway, not really there. In an intermediate, on an e-ticket event, also not really there. But in NR Night in America, you'll see him running up front, scratching your head. Who am I talking about? Give me Sean Rowe. Sean Rowe is so interesting. In a Gen 6 on a road course, he's good. In a Next-Gen on a road course, he's good. And yes, we know Lama, unpredictability. We're all going to be learning together lap 1, turn 1, after things get all wild. But I think Sean Rowe, he could go up there and contend with Collazo off of one thing that no one has talked about, consistency. Can Hector Collazo beat himself?
Well, and, you know, we're talking about guys, you know, because I like that pick. Guys who are kind of in that top tier that we always think are up front and going to win. And there's guys that, like, go all the way down that tier and are, like, kind of on the edge. Sean Rowe's like one of those guys, you're just waiting for him to break through. Like any race now, he's going to break through. You hear his name in a lot of these e-tickets, but just something happens, or he's in the wrong spot or whatnot. But I talked about that top tier, guys. Some of them you just have to stay with the good pick on this one. For my number 2 pick, Daniel Mosteller. You see him on screen right now. You saw him on screen before. There's a reason he's on screen a lot. He runs up front in these races. He's good in NR nights. He's good in all e-tickets. And the lights are the brightest, he's up front.
You can't go against him. He's been number 2, honestly, in all his speed weeks. Every e-ticket we say, could someone win their third? The reason we haven't talked about it much is because ever since we started talking about a third e-ticket winner and someone sitting head of the table, no one has done it. Nobody has been able to get it done. But if he can beat number 95, I think he's got a big opportunity at hand. The only thing is, Braden Movick is there. And let's talk about Braden Movick just as the time we have. He mentioned it. Not good on road courses, but he has shown top 5 speed as well. If he doesn't beat himself, he could be someone else. You may be saying, oh, that should be your number 2 pick, right? Wrong. Yahir Rodriguez, I am telling you right now, RGR is ready. As a team, they finally won an e-ticket. With Michael Mitchum, I look for the guys that don't usually run intermediates every week, short tracks every week. Yahir, come on. I think tonight could be the night.
We're on the same page with that one for sure. I don't know what your pick's going to be, but you talked about him a lot tonight. He's my win pick because he's been fast in everything. I mean, at one point you were texting me like, oh my gosh, this might be a disaster. This guy is like 2 seconds faster than everybody. Hector Collazo has to be the favorite tonight. I'm hoping I don't announce or jinx him. He's been so fast. Ka-chow, Lightning McQueen up front winning the race.
Okay, let's be honest. Hector's a little bit interesting. He does a run up front on the ovals. He rarely finishes in the top 20 at NR. How did this guy get an e-ticket start? You may be saying. And then the testing came, and he showed up, showed out. Started talking about him on social media. We went to COTA just last week to see if Hector was really that big deal. What happened lap 1, turn 1 there? Yikes. First one out of the race.
Yep.
I'm going to be honest. Hector Collazo, I think he can beat himself, and I don't think he's going to win. Said nobody. Are you kidding me? 2 seconds quicker in all of Speed Weeks? You are insane. As long as he survives lap 1, turn 1, the odds on the DraftKings books, whatever you want to call it, are going to be gone and fizzled out. Hector Collazo is the man to beat, but yes, I do believe it. As long as he doesn't beat himself, this is going to be his race. Jarrett, one thing we didn't mention, long green flag runs, they're coming. It's like a long road trip. If your dad is driving, he's probably not stopping till that gas tank is empty. Strategy, strategy, strategy,
yes.
strategy. It's going to happen. Someone makes one mistake on entry to pit road, and you could be losing 10 spots.
But on the other end of it, what happens if they're all really on the edge on fuel right as we're hitting that 3-hour mark and somebody has to pit with like a minute, 30 seconds left or something like that? They're out of fuel. That could happen tonight.
And the great thing about it, usually when we go IMSA broadcasting, we speak to drivers mid-race. That will be happening tonight. This will be an e-ticket like none other. We are just about 30 seconds away from going trackside for qualifying, where there is a prize pool. Let's talk about $100 going to the race winner, courtesy of Eric W. $25 to who goes on pole, courtesy of Lane Sanders and Sanders Racing Designs. That's going to be a lot of fun to see because you know, all right, the next 10 minutes, someone's going to want to walk away with some dough. Eric W. been a huge supporter of this YouTube channel, coming in as an associate sponsor, and he's going to put $100 up to the race winner. We're really riding high on Hector Collazo. The thing is, currently 7:20 local time here in Nashville, Tennessee. I know by the time I get 7:45 local time here in our studio, it could be a night and day situation, and we're awaiting that next driver that maybe we didn't talk about in Countdown to Green. But Jared, I will give it to us. We've been spot on from the Florida 500 on back.
Yeah, we've been pretty good lately. We've been on the same page. We've been, I guess, seeing who's good. And Hector Collazo needs to just, I guess, live up to our expectations.
It's really interesting how this is the event that's going to break records. Most drivers we've allowed to race in an e-ticket. Before it was 43. We put it down to 40 because of performance reasons. We're very confident that tonight will be a great show. So we said, man, over 110 signups. It is an 8-mile racetrack. why not allow 50 drivers to go out there and compete? And enough of them said, make it happen. And that's exactly what we are doing. We are trackside here at Lama as we get ready to rock and roll just one more time. This is the World Grand Prix. We're making sure Trading Paints is loaded in. In the 10 minutes, we'll be speaking to drivers as well. Jarrett, final thoughts before we cue.
I'm going to save my final thoughts for the end of the first straight. That's it. Not even the first lap. Not even the first lap.
I'm in the same boat. I feel exactly the same way because you just do not know. The uncertainty, the worry, you know, that comes in. You start wondering. You see Lane Sanders. He's currently on your screen now. What can Lane Sanders do? And maybe say, that's a joke. What are you talking about? Sanders is a not a road course swinger. He's a super speedway guy. What can he do? Well, Sanders Racing Designs knows one thing. Anything is possible in NR Night in America. Once again, $25 being put up for the driver that goes quick time. They got 8 minutes remaining as of this moment. We're very thankful for all the sponsors that have come on, and we'll continue to monitor as things go.
Yeah, and you're going to see in qualifying probably somebody that just surprises everyone. Has been running probably 40th and all of it, and all of a sudden they're up in that top 20, and you throw a wild card immediately in it. You're going to see some guys tiptoeing around because, again, you're not going to get too many laps in this qualifying session, in the practice beforehand, to be able to get used to this track.
No, you're very much not. So it is now or never. Look at William Schmitty's hanging out with us. Hey, guess what? Sanders Racing Designs makes vibrant and affordable paint schemes and paint scheme recreations for iRacing via commissions on trading paints. He does $6 for one scheme, $10 for two, $16 for three, with rates for more schemes depending on quantity. If you'd like to give the sim racing community a nice look for yourself when you go ahead and take the green flag, look no further than Sanders Racing Designs. He does everything car liveries, even for the road course fans out there that may not be used to the stock car side. Trust me, go ahead and hit up Lane Sanders in the Discord. Link to that is in the description, or go contact him through Trading Paints. Race fans, here's a link to Lane Sanders, his Trading Paints for Sanders Racing Designs. Go ahead and check that out when you get the chance. Amazing paint schemes. He designed so much for us in the Sim Shop Tailgate 400. I'm telling you, you're not going to miss a beat with him.
Here we got Carter Kingsley on the track. He's negotiating these turns early on. We're not going to see lap times probably pop up until maybe halfway through this qualifying session.
Don't think so. Now the good thing is they really start towards the Porsche curves, and they are able to shave off a little bit of time because of that. The outlier, because of starting in that position, well, you still got to work the 2-3 minutes around the racetrack. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Once again, nearly an 8.5 mile track. The passing zones turn 2, 7, 9, 10, 16, and 19. You're going to want to keep an eye on that. But the pit road speed, Jarrett, updated here, 37 miles per hour. Yikes, that's going to be crazy. But the average time that we have seen, about 2 minutes, 15 seconds. And you can't keep an eye away from that 100% throttle time. Going to be a lot of fun to see how they work that from the Mulsanne on. You have on your screen Daniel Mosteller getting ready to continue his qualifying efforts. Great crowd back at home. Once again, Sanders Racing Designs. Don't look away from them. A huge sponsor of qualifying here for the World Grand Prix.
And you're starting to see a lot of those guys in their out lap just getting negotiating the turns little by little, figuring out each way. Collazo immediately to the top of the board in that 95 by 2 seconds over Couts. You're starting to see these times filter on in.
Little by little, Hector Collazo a 3:38. We've seen him go quicker, and Van Drugman says, look no further than myself. His first start in an e-ticket event, and Drugman jumps top of the board.
We didn't even talk about him in the pre-race show.
Man, oh man. And we asked about who's going to be that driver that we don't speak on? Van Drugman, newcomer to NR Night in America, hangs out with the area group now broadcasted on the IDK Player YouTube channel. He said, let me give it a go. How about some newcomers that have returned for the first time in over a year and a half? I say new because if you've been around for a while, you know who Joe West is. But Joe, outside of the modern...
Conklin top of the board.
How about this one, Sean? Conklin goes to the top. Hey, now, I think we're going to be blowing some minds before we even take the green flag.
Thornquist and Rodriguez. Yeah, here Rodriguez up in the top 5 as well. We're going to keep seeing people just pop up left and right.
Chad Thornquist, you know what he said actually yesterday? I kind of brushed it off, because what we've seen from Chad recently hasn't been great. He said, this is my best shot at winning an e-ticket all year. I said, all right, Chad. Good to know, Chad. He's one of those Red Bull guys. P4 as of this moment. That's what I like to see. Connor Horn, he's new as well. Comes from the area side. Connor Horn in 67 goes 7th. These lap times, they're pretty tight-knit. Look at this. I want to say, give or take, well under half a second from each other. From at least the top 3 for now, but on a road course, 3 seconds between the top 10 with still over 3 minutes remaining. That is pretty solid.
Yeah, because we're going to have a lot of laps start filtering on in. Surprised if Mosteller's finished his lap. We haven't seen him jump up into the top 20. Here's Jackson Carr on screen.
Carr just working his way through turn 7. You see the litter over there on the right side of your screen. That's Daytona Beach. Once again, that is the code name. The Mulsanne has chicanes where they have the Daytona chicane. And for us, we say, let's get rid of that. Let's make the sand trap Daytona Beach. Cody Workman making his first start in a very long time in an e-ticket there with the Young Life Chevrolet. He's 19th. Can you beat a Sean Conklin 337? I think so, and I don't think it's very much over for Hector Collazo. He is just wheeling it. It's in and out.
Yeah, you can just see the difference between him and a lot of the others that are qualifying out there. But Conklin, I mean, he looked very similar when he came to speed through this area of the track, negotiating through the corners.
Collazo is 4/10 back, works his way through the Porsche curves and the Corvette curves just one more time. Is it enough to beat what he's got to offer? He's got to beat a 337. He ran a 338.178. We all just wait as the 2-minute warning gets ready to tick on in. Final corners for that of Hector Collazo. That's 16, 17, 18. Back to turn 19 he goes.
Here we go.
And a race back to the line. Top of the board, it's possible. Yes, it is. And Hector Collazo goes P1. A 337.382. Can Van Drugman or Conklin take it away?
Let's see that 12 machine.
He's done.
He's done. What about Sean Conklin here? He's carrying all that speed through there.
He's in the purple right now. That's through the Porsche curves and the Corvette curves as well. The Ford chicanes, that's going to be make or break. That's where he had his sweet spot last time.
Leclerc up to 6th, Mosteller up to 7th, Gavin Austin 8th, so a couple more jumping up the board. Thurston 11th.
They're projecting at least a 4/10 gain for Sean Conklin at 54. What a treat it would be for PBR if they could sit on the pole for an e-ticket, let alone win one. Last time PBR won an e-ticket, Michael Gregory, go way on back. Can he do it? Conklin versus Collazo. Sean Conklin. They're waiting on the time. Lap time deleted for Sean Conklin in 54. Hector Collazo with a minute remaining, projected to go to the top unless Chad Thornquist can do something.
He had a good lap going, that's for sure.
Yeah, he was projected at the end over 5/10. He would have taken down Hector Collazo, let alone right now with time on his side. He's sitting on the front row.
And unless anything changes, look at top 20. Riker Byram up in the top 20 in qualifying. Steinmeier up in 19th as well.
Tyler Clare, he parks it in the corner, says, I think I'm done. We're going to wait to grid. And everyone else, we're kind of just waiting and monitoring with 27 seconds left. I think Thornquist needs to book it if he's going to want to make it in. 50 drivers are entered this race. Right now, from the looks of things, only about 34, 35, 36 have set down a lap time. Not including Sean Rowe. Have we seen Mosteller? Yes, we did. He's up there in 8th. Okay, another big driver in Speed Weeks. He's going to be starting a little bit deeper than he wants.
Trule's in 10th.
Trule, wow.
Yeah.
top 10, looking at that. Checkmate, see ya. Your field has been set with 50 drivers, and we're ready to roll.
Muvik back in 39th. Our Florida 500 winner, Collymore, in 42nd.
This is going to be an interesting one. Florida 500 winner, Kai, and the same scheme he ran actually back there in February.
I mean, it worked. You know, John, I'm just thinking, Coda's fresh in my mind from the NASCAR side of things. Ross Chastain, lap 1, thought he could win the race from 12th or so. Who's going to be the Ross Chastain this week? Who's going to think that they can win it, or just gets on the brakes way, way too late and ends up taking out a favorite up front? That is a real threat that none of those guys in the front can really defend against.
Lined up 2 by 2, we will get ready to go green flag racing. This is Lama, and this is the 27th e-ticket event. So many drivers to get to. 50 for an NR race. That sometimes we would joke around, yeah, let's put 60 guys in there at, Daytona. Half of them will be gone by lap 3. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. But this is different. This is a show that you definitely need to watch. Once again, Sanders Racing Designs giving $25 to the driver who goes on pole. Hector Colazzo will be getting that $25 bonus. Now wants the $100 bonus by winning the whole thing. Once again, you can check out Sanders Racing Designs by clicking the link down in the live chat below. He offers commissions. I'm telling you, if you want to look good on iRacing, go ahead and message him immediately. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what all nice schemes he is going to be able to make, because he's going to show it in the Discord. What to do when you're sitting here waiting, knowing you got a 3-hour road trip ahead here in the World of France.
I'm very interested in who's going to lay back. You're gonna probably see, if there's a big crash, you're gonna see a big crash. You're gonna see a bunch of people avoiding it, and you're gonna see a big pack in the back that's just calming it down, tiptoe their way through. And I'm really interested in this start. Colazzo's been very fast on laps, like just short runs. But who's going to get that long run? Is he going to keep that speed on that long run? Or is somebody going to catch up to him during it? Is he going to make a mistake? Again, he's been so fast.
It's going to be fun to see exactly how that all rolls out, as we'll get ready to go ahead and check out your starting lineup here in just a matter of moments. Colazzo, Conklin, Drugman, Thurston, Thornquist, and Rodriguez. We're making sure everything is good, and they have delayed the start of the race as was scheduled, which means next time we come around, we'll be ready to go, giving the drivers an opportunity to do one thing: see the track 2 by 2 before we barrel on in at full saw. Jarrett, are we ready to see this starting lineup?
I am so ready, John. Lead us off. Who we got in this front row, and let's just go through.
Let's do it. Row number 1, Hector Colazzo, Sean Conklin. You saw how quick they were in qualifying. They're leading us to green.
Van Drugman, James Thurston, pretty strong row in row 2, if I don't say so myself.
Gonna be fun to see who's sitting in in row 3. That being Chad Thornquist, a 2-time e-ticket champion, versus the open wheel specialist, Yahir Rodriguez.
Row 4, we got Ty Leclerc, looking like somebody who could pop up, and Daniel Mosteller looking for that 3rd e-ticket win.
Row 4 goes to row 5, where you have Gavin Austin and Zachary Truhl, both underdogs heading into this event.
Row 6 outside the top 10, Josh Lilly, an underdog we were talking about, and Everett Couts up there too, the pink and purple row.
The pink and purple row, I like that. How about row 7? Lucky number 7, Connor Horn making his first e-ticket start. Max Swearigan back after a long hiatus, ready to roll in 15.
Row number 8, Jackson Carr. We'd like to see him at the Super Speedways racing a road course, and the return of Joe West in row 8.
Row number 9, Jacob Wilkerson is ready to rock with Jacob Malone in his brand new number 69.
And in row 10, Max Steinmeier in that 23 machine back there, and a nice top 20 start for Riker Byram.
Row 11, Dominic Barbagallo is bringing the color to France, with Dale Greenwood saying, red, white, and blue, it's all me and you know it.
Row 12, Cody Workman comes back for another e-ticket event here, and Connor Murphy in that Days of Thunder inspired machine.
Row 13, Jeff Berchatsky with the Corvette throwback. Cody Meadows back in 21.
Row 14, Brett Puncari in the 35, and Derek Shaver in 30. The 30s for row 14.
Row 15, Josh Kenyon is taking a place of Will Shack. Shack was well under the weather, and then what happened after that? His power went out. It has not come back since. Josh Kenyon was supposed to be skiing today. That got canceled as well. He's going to be starting right next to Eladam Contreras.
Row 16, Eric Lumbabard and Christian Delgado make up that row.
Row 17, Michael Mitchum is back with Chad Hornish in 61, a throwback to Sam.
And in row 18, Chase Crawl brings that 88 car to France, and Spencer Burns in the 56 this week.
Nice little change of pace for Burns. Row 19, Trevor Hoff and Douglas Newbinging have some work to do, but they're ready for this part of the racetrack.
Rounding out the top 30, Braden Mubbick, or out top 40 actually, Braden Mubbick all the way back in 39th, and Sean Rowe, two guys we talked about in the pre-race show of being contenders.
Row 21, Matthew Brower has come back, and he's starting just next to the most newest e-ticket champion in Kai Collymore.
In row 22, Jackson Bice and Skylar Comstock, two guys looking to make a bit of a name for themselves on a road course this week.
Row 23, Brad Gutierrez has William Schmidt, the closer, to his right wing. Man, Schmidt's got some work to do, but he knows he's up for the challenge.
In row 24, Lane Sanders and Jerry Rodriguez starting this race 47th and 48th on the grid.
Row 25, you got it all lined in with Carter Kingsley and Xander McKinney, the newest member of PCR. And that will round out the 50-car field as we get ready to go green. A lot of great names. They got 3 hours of racing to work with, and a little bit farther back, everyone kind of just knowing, hey, next time we come through here, you're going to be hitting speeds that makes your car light. Let's make sure you keep that thing down on the ground. You see Sean Conklin towards the back half had to go ahead and reset his wheel. Let's go ahead and dial up some drivers. Who should we chat with? I know some drivers are starting pretty deep in that field. You know what? Let's talk with Collazo. We've been talking about him, talking with him. Hector Collazo, you went fastest in qualifying, but I'm going to tell you this. You look like you had your work cut out for you, and you still got 49 drivers looking to make sure you don't win.
Yep.
With that being said, what are you looking at as we get ready to start this race?
Well, you've been saying it all week. Just honestly, only survive Daytona Beach. Maybe if we can try to pull away from Sean. I know he's super fast. So if we're able to maybe build maybe a 1 second, 1.5 second gap a little bit, maybe we can be a little bit safe. I wouldn't be surprised if I see Christian Delgado fly by into Daytona Beach and just wipe out 10 cars. So yeah, that's probably the only worry. Other than that, just focus on taking care of tires, maybe trying to save a little fuel so we can extend it, and yeah, just have fun.
Checkmate indeed. Good luck. Oh, a little shot there from what we heard. Let's go ahead and chime in with James Thurston. Thurston, John Ramos. The tally continues to be being added up. I don't want to say it. Right now, you're 0 for 25 with e-tickets you've attempted. Do you add a tally in the win column today?
I sure hope so, John. I want this one more than anything.
You've been asking for a road course e-ticket for so long. You've now gotten to the point where it is here, it has arrived. What are you thinking just moments before green?
I mean, I feel like I'm a lot better at road courses than super speedways, at least on stats, but I've never driven at this track in a race before. This is the first race I've ever done on this course. I've done lots of practice though, so I'm very excited.
Gonna be a lot of fun to see. What do you want to say to this beautiful crowd back at home?
Just thanks to all of them for watching, and I hope that we put on a great show for them.
10-4 on that. Good luck.
Thank you. Also, thanks to Murphy Esports.
Thanks to Murphy Esports, indeed. They worked their way off the Mulsanne into turn 7 past Daytona Beach. Man, I'm so glad the drivers have bought into that new name.
I am too, and you know, John, I'm going to say this before we talk to anybody else or before we get rolling here. We are going to have some fast speeds. We are going to have some very, very aggressive drivers, and we're going to have a very narrow track to negotiate all of that with. They might be able to go 3 wide, maybe not even 3 wide in some sections of this racetrack. You got 50 of them here. They're all going all over the place, exploring every aspect of this track, even the gravel.
And the big thing is these penalties are more in line with the European side. You go a little bit off, you're going to get a slow down penalty. A lot of drivers have been challenged to that the last 2 or 3 weeks. Do you think I guess we could say, American mindset, they play that role a little bit differently? It's just trying to find that edge?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. It doesn't even matter. I think even American, when it comes to any of the guys in this field, they will always try to find the edge. That is the NR way. I guess that is an American way, but that is the NR way.
That is the NR way. Yes, indeed. We are just moments away from green flag racing here at the World Grand Prix, a brand new e-ticket event. Some say we are in the golden age of e-tickets, where you have the Florida 500 be a staple with the Alabama 500. The NWP has been a staple since the beginning. Indiana 500. Can the World Grand Prix be added to that elusive lineup?
I think that it's all up to the drivers. They put on a great show. I think it definitely can. I think it's all up to you at home. If you want to come back, let us know at the end of this 3-hour race.
And don't worry, we'll be monitoring that live chat all night. We get a kick out of it in the middle of the races very consistently. So yes, we see everything you're saying, and we're so glad you are here hanging out with us as we get ready to go green. The Porsche curves, the Corvette curves, the Ford chicanes. Welcome NR Night in America. For the first time ever, no, we've never raced at Lama, even in an NR Night for a round 3 or round 4. Only in this moment, you'll see the first time 50 stock cars roll down into turns 1 and 2. The Dunlop chicane is going to have its hands full.
I'm just almost in awe of how big this field is. We've never had a field even close to this size for any e-ticket.
Gamble Gaming, David Bell, and Eric W., thank you so much for your support on tonight's race. Tonight's broadcast helps us continue to produce bigger and better moments. This is where it all happens under the Michelin Bridge. They roll and they get ready to rock with us just one more time. That Porsche pace car is going to make that hard left onto pit road, and you get over 8 miles of action for 3 hours of racing. You'll see speeds as low as 40 to 30, but upwards of 115 miles per hour. You can hear the fans, how excited they are as we get ready to roll. Chevy, Toyota, and Ford ready to make an impression on Lama.
I've seen people like, we haven't started yet. No, these are long pace laps, but they are well worth it. We're about to go green momentarily. I mean, look at this, John. Look at this field. It's the best it's going to look all night.
And you know what? We talked about it before. You want to get ready for an e-ticket? You got to take weeks of preparation for these drivers. The second the checkered flag waved at Daytona, they were ready for Lama. Today is the day of first. The first road course e-ticket, the first overseas e-ticket, the first timed race, the first race to have over 50 drivers strong take the green flag in France. Let's light the fuse from Lama. The brace for the Dunlop chicane. They already look 3 wide. It's the battle for the lead. Conklin versus Collazo.
Leaders keeping it all put together through the S's here. Looks like the pack's staying pretty intact.
Thurston in 4th. Chad Thurnquist back to 5th. Yahir Rodriguez. Ty Leclerc, they start to shape away towards 4 and 5 and 6. This is the S's. Who's the race leader? It's Conklin, and he's off into the gravel.
Oh, and he's going to lose a ton of time here. He's lost maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 spots. Collazo gets away. Drugman to second. Thurston to third.
This is from turn 5 to turn 6. Van Drugman has got to lay that horsepower down and just keep Hector Collazo in mind. They're down into the draft. It's 3 miles of stretch. Chevy, Ford, and Ford, the top 3.
And this is where everyone has to take that deep breath. You're going to be on here for a while. 204, 205, 6, 7, getting up to 210. Pack going all over the place in the back.
This is Dominic Barbagallo trying to keep them at bay. Joe West is in 18th. Everett Krauts is in 19th and 20th. I mean, it's like the 405 at rush hour from anywhere from 15th on back.
And they're going to go well over 210 down this front stretch. They're racing for 5th now. That's Mosteller and Rodriguez side by side.
Tyler Clare peeking to the outside. And here's the battle for the lead. Van Drugman has caught the Chevrolet Collazo.
This straight is so long you can catch a draft with these cars. Collazo keeps the lead through. Smoke in the back. That's Conklin again.
He's there, moves Mosteller just with the moment in turn 7. No one in the top 16 headed Daytona Beach.
You see the gravel flying, everyone making their way through for the most part though.
Looks like popcorn with about 50 cars just barely grabbing. You see Chad Hornish going just a tad wide.
It looks like it's snowing back there. We brought snow to France. There's Braden Movick making his way up through this pack. Started what, mid-40s in this race, 39th, somewhere around there.
He's back near Michael Mitchum. So Van Drugman is there, has not allowed Hector Collazo to get away. Top 2 have never won an e-ticket before. And here's the fight for the lead into Indianapolis.
He moves him. They made contact. Side by side again. It looks like Collazo's going to get away. Thurston looking to pounce.
James Thurston in the top 3 this early. Puts us 3 minutes away from hitting the 3-minute mark. Should we say seconds away at that? And it's a 3-car battle for the race lead.
All right, still beside each other. Drugman has the entry. Collazo gets the exit.
This is towards the Porsche curves. Oh, just inches off the outside retaining wall, and Van Drugman has to defend on the 4.
And Collazo, a little bit of breathing room now. 3/10 between himself and Drugman. Starting to pull away. This is, at least what we saw in qualifying, his best part of the racetrack.
Thurston, Drugman, Collazo, Jared, I'm going to say it, if they can just work their way through the Ford chicane and draw even on time, they're going to have to head down the Mulsanne 3 abreast. That's going to be something to watch. Chad Thurquist back and forth, but to lead lap 1, trouble! Drugman sideways, he is able to save it, but loses all that time.
And it looks like we've only lost 2 cars. 48 made it through. We thought we might have a big one, and we didn't even have anything close to that.
Rodriguez and Sean Rowe, they had troubles early on. Deeper in this field, there's battles everywhere. Drugman back in 10.
For those wondering, that's not yet here. Rodriguez in 6. We got 2 in the field, and they're racing side by side. Drugman just trying to stay in the top 10 after that mistake.
You saw Tyler Clare in 53. He almost put it 3 wide. Connor Horn in 67. As Yahir Rodriguez and Josh Lilly just ahead of him. This is the fight for 6th.
And it is a fight indeed. It's an all-out brawl up towards the front of this race. Meanwhile, Collazo with a 2-second lead. He's gotten himself away. It's all up to him now with Thurston in 2nd. You see Conklin's made his way back up to the 4th spot. He's got speed tonight.
Max Swearigan in 11th. How about some drivers deep in the field that you may know? Chase Krull, this is 38th. Christian Delgado, 39th. Carter Kingsley in 40th. And yes, we still have drivers to go. Brad Gutierrez, Jackson Byes, they're fighting for position back here. This is for the 45th spot, and Sanders is just laying the back bumper on him.
Doesn't matter what spot you're in, as long as there's a spot to be gained, you're going to fight for it. The whole field in that shot. What a shot it was. You see Thurston now screaming down the Mulsanne straight.
And Collazo will work his way back to turn 7. You know, he had a chip on his shoulder just about the last week and a half. What a view. You see it all. From the Chevrolet to the Ford and now the Toyota in 3rd. Conklin's got to defend. Mosteller is just right on his hip.
Oh, and you hear him downshifting into Daytona Beach. Don't go in the sand.
And as loud as it was, it got very quiet as they all just sat and watched.
Oh, it's not too quiet back there. 3 and 4 wide. Oh!
Movick! Braden Movick Mavic is off into Daytona Beach, goes for a loop, gets it backfired, and loses in around.
And he's around again. And now Schmidt goes around with him. There's Collymore involved.
And some drivers may not be able to get through. Will be the first caution of this Grand Prix.
Delgado, New Bigging.
Oh my goodness.
We're starting to calm down, and here comes Mavic just flying through the camera in a blur. How
Last
fast.
time Braden Mavic was at Daytona Beach a couple weeks ago.
How fast things can change. You know, he had made his way up from like sub 40th all the way up into the top 20 in a lap and a half.
Unbelievable. Comstock buys, and these drivers were taking it so easy, and I think that 42 is done.
I think someone might have got payback.
A lot of damage there on Matthew Brower.
We might have to see what happened if the 42's around like that. If he got paybacked by somebody or what.
Oh, it's just a couple seconds beforehand. No, this is Matthew Brower.
Oh, watch him. I think he just lost it.
And that was Eladam Contreras.
Did he lose it, or did Contreras get into him?
Well, it's a no good, very bad start for Braden Mavic. I think he just didn't want to get into the back end of William Schmidt.
It's just sort of carryover from the end of the race at Daytona.
Let's look back to where it kind of all started. Ty Leclerc, Everett Couts, Dominic Barbagallo. How did it happen? I think he just lost the rear end when he got into the grass. There was nothing stopping him.
I have to admit, John, it was somewhat comical seeing him just fly through in a purple blur.
The problem is he came back across the track and collected William Schmidt.
Yeah, that was not a good move, though. That was not at all comical. And that's really what caused the caution.
Yeah, it was coming back across, and he's going to bring it to pit road. So the caution is out for the first time. And, well, we still got over 2 hours and 50 minutes to race. I'm going to be honest, Jared, I've called a lot of sim races. That was probably the greatest 8 minutes watching 50 NASCAR Next-Gen stock cars barrel down into turn 7. And, oh, boy, we get to do it again.
Yeah, we get to do it again. That's going to be the fun part. I have to wonder, thinking of strategy, because you can't think of laps. It's so different from a normal NASCAR race where you just sort of do the math of a fuel run and then work your way back. You kind of, do you pit every time? Do you take that strategy, or do you keep the track position and not get back in that scrum? I think that's a real question. We're 10 minutes into this, and again, people might be like, yeah, it's just 10 minutes. Like, it's a 3-hour race. These caution laps will take a little bit.
Yeah.
Right? And then these restarts will be wild. And they might have more cautions. Like, you don't know, if you get in the back, you might be stuck in the back at some point.
And that's going to be the big, really look at and see kind of what's next, because some of those guys that got involved, you're thinking William Schmidt, Riker Byram, and we have a lot of drivers to interview before this restart.
You see him back there, Douglas Newbigging.
Douglas Newbigging, he's another one as well. Let's go talk with William Schmidt. Schmitty, you started very deep in the field, got involved in the incident. 1, how's the car? And 2, is it salvageable?
I have steering damage on one of the rear toe links. I don't know which one, but yeah, I mean, it has not been a good start. I don't really know what more I could have done. I mean, I just saw smoke and I was just making a move on someone. And I guess somebody rejoined and just wiped out everybody for a second time, so I don't know. It was rough, but I feel like it might be salvageable. I have to be a little sensitive on the gas, but one of the toe links has been, I don't know which one.
So we'll get the one to go next time by. Pit road will be open. Are you coming on in?
Oh, absolutely. I need to fix this.
Just making one more check. They were not able to come this time by. Now we are getting the confirmation. Pit road, it's going to be a busy one, and we'll keep an eye on him with that. Some other drivers a little bit farther up front. Yahir Rodriguez, man, it was a great start for you. Opening laps of this race, what did you see?
Yeah, there was a lot of worry in the start that we were just all gonna pile up into each other, heading down the backstretch. But I mean, it turned out fine. I did kind of lose some positions. Maybe I just wasn't aggressive enough because I mean, my plan at least is just to wait them out. I know that if I can do that, then I'll be in pretty good position to win. But I don't know. Track position kind of does matter a lot. So I think I just kind of let myself go there. Overall, it was kind of controlled chaos, but I mean, it is what it is.
All right, you said controlled chaos. Now you get to do it all again. Are you a little more comfortable knowing that it's not going to be full-on pack racing, most likely?
Yeah, I know I got pace to at least beat most of these guys. I know maybe top 5, I'd say, but I think the main thing is just not to slide your tires or get damage. I think I already got damage in the back, but I don't know if that's gonna matter too much. I just really have to outlast these guys. I think that's the main goal for all of us. Hector's gonna be a pretty tough guy to beat. You know, teammate is gonna be pretty tough, but I think if I can outlast him, not pace-wise, but avoid any incidents, then I really think I have a shot to win this.
Heck yeah, that's going to be Yahir Rodriguez. Here's an update for all the fans. We've been reading that live chat, and everyone's saying, what's the penalty? You know one's got to be coming. One lap hole for Braden Movick. Came right across the drivers and took a good amount of them out. His race isn't looking too hot. And we look at it right now, Michael Mitchum, Jerry Rodriguez, and Sean Rowe, the first 3 out of this race. I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew Brower joins them.
I mean, the first mistake by Movick, like, that's just a mistake. You know, that happens. It was coming back onto the racetrack and taking out 12 others with him. That's really the head scratcher kind of move on there.
And now we get to probably have the longest pace laps we've ever had with an e-ticket. Okay, a little bit of downtime. This gives us an opportunity to speak with most drivers. Sean Rowe, is a rough start with him. And you know what? How about some drivers that are kind of mid-pack? Let's go with Jeff Perchatsky. Perchatsky, you've been doing a lot of road racing. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not quite like this, man. This is the fastest that I've gone in the Next-Gen and at this track. So this is pretty crazy, dude, I gotta say. But I'm having fun. I really like these cars. And we're just gonna try to keep the car clean. That's what I've always done. That's what we're gonna try to do right now. We got an awesome looking 2010 C6 Arc back here. So we're just gonna try to bring it home, man.
All right, so we got a lot of cars left to go. The first opening laps of this race, you got to be able to digest a little bit what things are to come. We still expect that long green flag run. That caution came out because for about 20 drivers, it seemed like it was a track blocker, but relaxed yellows are now enabled. With how long these caution laps are, do you start thinking about a different strategy?
I don't know. Right now, I'm just thinking about the logging laps when this goes green, honestly. There's some people that are that I'm listening to right now talking about fuel saving. I don't know if I want to do that. I think I just want to, to finish first, see first, let's first finish. So I'm not super worried about that. They're going to be a track blocker later on in the race. I throw the whole strategy out the window. So my goal here is just to complete all the laps, finish the race, and anything more than that, if I can finish in front of where I qualify, which is not where I qualified right now. That'll be a win for us. But this is a lot of fun. I'm just going to try to have some fun with it, log some laps when we go on that green flag run, and we'll just do what we always do.
You will have pit road open this time by. Are you coming in or staying out?
Give me a few seconds to choose.
Okay. Jeff Perchatsky needing a little more time to go ahead and figure that out. I think these drivers are kind of just diagnosing what exactly went down and now trying to figure out a little bit of a strategy. Chad Thurquist has been someone we got to talk to because, man, oh man, he's sitting up there in third. Chad, yesterday you said it. This is your best shot at winning an e-ticket all year. My man, you have easily, possibly, the fastest Toyota up to this moment. Could debate on Conklin.
Conklin's faster. That's a given. It's easy. He just messed up in that little S section before the multi.
You're sitting in third. This caution comes out. It's early in the race when the caution comes out. Are you expecting a different strategy? Some drivers really didn't know. They're kind of just in a awe of what really occurred.
I honestly don't know. I think we're going to need a longer run before we can figure out if the strategy is going to differ or not. But yeah, I can't really give you a solid answer on that.
Alrighty, so restart. That's going to be the big one here. Well, first on, do you know if you're pitting or not?
Yeah, you'll see it on stream.
No one's trying to give out if they're pitting or not just yet.
3, 2, whoop! I'm going in.
He's coming in. Oh, and Mosteller's coming out, and he's going to lead us to green.
Oh my
boy.
gosh, John, look at the field compared to Mosteller, who went in.
Everybody. I think Brett Puncari stays out here. I think Joe West stays out. He does. This is going to shuffle some things. Were the tires blistering at all?
I was kind of taking it easy. That's why Conklin and Demos were catching up to me. They didn't feel too bad on that first lap and a half. I was having a good time. I was staying competitive, letting other people make mistakes, and that's how I got those 2 positions at the start.
We just saw some drivers, I think, last minute stay out. Here they come, coming on in. 4 tires, 2 tires, or do we stop talking so you can focus?
No, you're fine. My girlfriend's watching John Mulaney right now. 4 tires.
4 tires, and some of them go gas and go. So we got a different strategy heading
Some are
in.
going gas and go, some are going 2 tires only.
So the idea here is hopefully to not run out of gas by the time the clock strikes 0. And for others, they see this as an opportunity to get tires and maybe make up time. This idea for 4 tires, Chad Thurquist, you're back in 19th.
I'll be up in the top 10 by the end of the first lap after the restart.
Okay, that is very, very bold. That leaves us with a new top 2, Josh Kenyon in 31. He stayed on out with Daniel Mosteller. Chad, we're going to continue to chat with drivers. Good luck from here on out. Everybody wants to hear what Mosteller is thinking, what he's got to go ahead and do to find victory lane. I think that driver, the 87, has awoken a sleeping giant of drivers questioning what's next. Most, the strategy call. Real one question, why?
You want the real answer?
I want the real answer.
Screen
oh no.
time.
Screen time. Oh my goodness.
I love it.
That's for all the viewers watching back at home, by the way.
But I like this call because the people in the back stayed out and they're not as fast as others, so maybe I can pull away and we'll do something obviously less, but why not try something early in the race?
Now, relaxed yellows are on. The reason that caution came out is because there's like 15 drivers that really had nowhere to go because of that wreck. Are you expecting another crash with the relaxed yellows now being enabled?
Oh, absolutely. I had a close call on lap 1 in that corner, and then on the second lap there was another close call right behind me, so that's definitely the trouble spot. I don't see it slowing down anytime soon.
All right, it's going to be a new look on the front. Brett Puncari, Joe West staying out. Tire wear, was there really any? Because we had some guys take 4 tires and others just take gas.
So they wear, but it takes a little bit of time for them to get into their operating range. So if you were to take tires, it really wouldn't mean anything until later in the run when they're up to heat. And yeah, so personally for me, I'll just blow my strategy up right now and tell everyone I'm going to be going and taking tires every other pit stop. So that's what I'm going to do. Obviously, if I learn something between now and then, I'll change it, but that's what I'm doing.
Heck, yeah, Mosteller, good luck on that one. He's going to get that screen time, no doubt about it. You guys that are members of the YouTube channel, you can spam the 87 icon, and you will be checking it out, no doubt about it. Jarrett, what are we projected time length of this caution?
Well, currently we're about 16 minutes in, so I'm probably close to 20.
So now we can gauge, okay, under 20 minutes. We said 10 before? Man, we were off.
No, that's if we do like a 1-lap quickie yellow.
Yeah. So 20 minutes, and those drivers couldn't come to pit road the first time around, we can ballpark, depending on when the caution comes out and where they cycle through, 15 to 20 minutes. If that's what's left in this race, it may be over.
Yeah. I mean, we're 21 minutes into this race so far. So good thing that we'll have relaxed yellows on.
Relaxed yellows are enabled because of how long these pace laps will take. It would have to be a massive incident, I think, for things to go wrong. Okay, the shuffle, what do we see? Van Drugman, he's back in 12th instead of being right up front. Chad Thurnquist, he's back in 18th. Your race leader, that being Hector Collazo, he's going to be restarting in 6th. And the new front runners, Brett Puncari, Joe West, Josh Kenyon, and Daniel Mosteller.
I says Collazo being row 3. I'm going to be interested. Does he stay patient? Or does he try and make some aggressive moves, make it past these slower cars, and then kind of take the demo strategy of, hey, maybe I can pull away from some of these guys to get caught up with slower drivers?
You're closing in on about 2.5 hours remaining. Some of these drivers said it should have been a 2.4 hours of a World Grand Prix instead of the 3 hours. I'm very happy we have stuck with the 3-hour range. Spencer Burns, man, not the most well-known road course racer, and he was struggling during speed weeks. This is his time to shine, but he's really gonna have to try to net gain with all these fast drivers behind him.
Yeah, he might have to make. And hey, I just noticed internet issues for Collazo. It looks like. Yeah, I saw a blink. That could be something to watch. I mean, we said he could beat himself in this race. He's been the fastest.
And now the question is, what can he do? You may be wondering, why are all of these particles being flown on the racetrack? This is something that drivers have worried about in the longevity of this race, where traction, any type of grip, may be gone because of how easy it is for iRacing to now render the sand particles onto the racetrack. Notice how nobody really kicked the dust up in the pace laps, and it's still generated. Something to keep an eye on. If we get over 2 hours of green flag racing, you will see all those particles start kicking up, where drivers are going to have to readjust their entry into turn 7.
Yeah, that is going to be, I think, something that we're going to see from this green flag on. I don't even think it's something later in the night. I think we're going to see it now.
Restart on a road course. We should ask the question, was this race going to go caution-free? Sean Rowe, internet issue. He goes around and he gets the wave around.
Will it go caution-free from this point on?
Yes. Matthew Brower. We saw he did have an engine expire. First e-ticket in a while, and quickly out of this one. Still waiting the word on Michael Mitchum, which means we have 48 drivers still working their way around Lama that are ready to compete. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one to go. Let's get ready for the restart. The Porsche curves have come and gone with 48 drivers still left standing. And we'll get ready to rock and roll. The Corvette curves, the Ford chicane. I'm starting to get that same feeling that we had at the start of this race, where it's like, oh boy, now we get to go ahead and do it again with all these drivers. It's going to be a little bit interesting, but it's one of those moments where you kind of want to sit and wait.
You just gotta go, Here we go.
Here we go. One more time. Chevy, Ford, Ford, Chevrolet. And that lines out row 1 and row 2. Mosteller choosing what will be the inside lane into the Dunlop chicane. And then it is on through the Mulsanne. Drivers still taking it easy. A lot of them said, I just want to finish, while the other half are saying, I'm here to win. No doubt about it. Connor Horn is out the 7th. James Thurston will be restarting in 8th. Sean Conklin, Yahir Rodriguez end up being the top 10. The Ford chicanes away. And we'll get ready to try it all just once more. Lama, a staple of racing around the world. Just recently, it had a NASCAR Next-Gen race in it. Notice how I mentioned just one instead of a full 50.
Yeah, the Garage 56 entry. That is still going viral on TikTok every now and then. Playing Freebird as it screams past every single car there. Let's get it going green. Hear these cars screaming back again.
Mosteller, Josh Kenyon. What to do on this restart with 2.5 hours remaining from Le Mans, back underway with the World Grand Prix. Into Dunlop, toe-to-toe, Josh Kenyon. Oh, he almost overdrove it, and he did. Just like you saw from Sean Conklin.
And there goes Mosteller trying to pull away. Like he said, Collazo already up to the second spot. Grass flying left and right as there goes Kenyon back onto the racetrack.
Connor Horn, Sean Conklin, Spencer Burns, Joe West. Kind of just in the eye of the hurricane as the top two drivers, the 95 of Hector Collazo and the 87 of Daniel Mosteller, scurry away to the Mulsanne.
And you're already seeing the difference between fresh tires and worn tires. You're seeing a lot of these guys that are just making their way up really quick. Collazo quickly catching Daniel Mosteller, just reeling him in.
Did we just see Yahir Rodriguez tandem draft with Van Drugman? I think we did. And just for a moment, now they're 2x2.
And here we go to that one part again, right down to the beach.
A blink by Hector Collazo. The admins will be monitoring it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in the 4 to 500, that if you have too many of them, you one lap penalty, and then from there, way more strict.
They will get that right-hander, and the shuffling is on from 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Jacob Malone. With Van Drugman, here's the fight for the race lead.
He's just staying right in the draft of Mosteller. I have a feeling he's going to outbreak him here. He's got the fresher tires. He's been faster.
Oh, I think it was just a brace to try to beat him through Indianapolis, and that's exactly what he's going to try to do.
Battle for third. That's Conklin making his way back up. Pushes West wide.
Sand particles jumping up after 7 to 8, 9, and 10. Here comes Indianapolis, and it's just a dead heat from 6 on back.
It's just at this point, find safety where you can get it. Conklin now up to the third spot. Thurston fourth. West back to 5th on this strategy.
Connor Horn in 6th, an outbreak of Joe West. Man, he just barreled it in and got it to stick. Underneath goes Spencer Burns.
Yeah, here Rodriguez and Burns side by side again. There goes that 31 car off the track. There's more off, but they're keeping it together.
That's Everett Counts, gets it back going. He's got Schaefer, he's got Collymore, LeBombard with Jeff Perchatsky, and I believe this 46 there, Connor Murphy. We're going to be checking out every single part of this racetrack as the night rolls on. Hector Collazo, as some expected him to take the lead on lap 1 of the restart. It's going to be tough to beat that 87 when a 3-time e-ticket champion as a title is on the line.
Oh, but he's going wider in the corners. Mosteller, that is. Collazo catches right back up. This is his strongest part, Collazo, that is. Strongest part of the racetrack. He's been so fast through qualifying, practice, and the race itself. Maybe a car length 2 behind Mosteller in that Coca-Cola machine.
Really good through the Corvette curves, but the Ford chicanes is where it's going to be a little interesting. Who can outbreak who? Collazo not able to do it. Mosteller will try to survive to lead that lap. Under 2.5 hours remaining in the World Grand Prix.
Saw Horn jumping up and down like a basketball. There's single file. You have to be single file through there or you get so much speed scrubbed off. You're just seeing the procession out of the corner onto the front here.
And I'll say this, Le Mans, one of the better looking racetracks here on iRacing. You have fans littered around the front stretch into the Dunlop chicane near the S's. And to be honest, for the ones that do not know, the Mulsanne Straight, it's used as a real-life road when there's no racing going on. So this track, half street course in a way and half racetrack.
Well, but while we were talking, Mosteller has been passed by Collazo for the lead. 95 machine. Rusty's taking it out front onto the straight.
Yeah, the only thing is, that's a half a second advantage he has over most, and the speed should definitely pick him up. He's still blinking, and that is being monitored. We are heard by the admins. He will be getting a warning for it.
And we've seen these kind of incidents, these blinking incidents, they can be catastrophic for others in the field that are nearby, but at the same time, catastrophic for your own day. We've seen guys at Daytona before blink and have been penalized, taken out. Contreras, just the last e-ticket event last month. And look at this race.
This is just for, I believe, the 5th position. This is the race for the lead. He's all over him, and that's a lot of blinking out of Hector Collazo. And it is being monitored now heavy.
At this point anymore, and it probably will be a penalty.
Mosteller is all over him, but was not able to go ahead and make the pass. Through turn 7, the top 2 stay the same. Ooh, Connor Horn, a very late break, and Van Drugman will find a way through that Chevrolet. Josh Lilly, Chad Thornquist, they're toe-to-toe. Little further back, Brett Bunkari, Dominic Barbagallo. Everett Couch, he's into Daytona Beach. That's the 2nd time he's found his way into the sand.
For the most part, they're able to keep it clean. There's a couple that fly off, but no major incident this time. Going to keep it green.
A little further back, Jackson Carr in 31st, Riker Byram in 38th. And these drivers really just keep it in mind what is at stake. We know a caution can take upwards of 20 to 22 minutes. Gavin Austin off. Just around turn 11 and turn 10. Kai Collymore seriously off in the back.
He might have got pushed off, but that's just part of the game at these road courses. And John, you know what this reminds me of is back in the day before we had so many road courses in NASCAR, we only had Sonoma and Watkins Glen for like 20, 25 years, whatever it was. And the drivers, for the most part, were just kind of taken for granted. It's just 2 races out of 36. And so you'd see a lot of the drivers would have troubles. A lot of the guys you thought would be up front, a lot of the guys who excelled or got better at other places through the years, and then they got better as they were more put on the schedule. Well, these guys have never had to race an e-ticket with as many cars at a road course like this. So I think you're seeing something very similar in this respect.
Max Swearengin, he's seen a lot. He's never seen something like this before, and it's showing. He's back in 25th, which, in theory, do you question if 25th is far back with it being half the field?
I mean, it'd be the equivalent of running about 19th, 20th, so mid-pack.
Brett Bukhari, the big question we're going to have now is fuel. How long does it take for a fuel cycle to come through? And will they have to pit just a little bit earlier for tires?
Well, you know, Mosteller, fuel-wise, would have to pit about 2 or so laps earlier, as well as some of the others that stayed out. But I'm going to be interested if anyone maybe has a strategy they've concocted for the time, has thought of it time-wise, whether it be green or caution laps.
You saw Cody Workman go off. He is now back in the 41st position. Some drivers also still struggling. Xander McKinney, heavy damage in 66. He'll bring it to pit road. The Mulsanne just once more. Can you make up a second of a disadvantage? That's both the Chevrolets up front. I wonder how Sean Conklin's race would have been if that mistake didn't happen right from the jump. He's back in 3rd. Drugman's back in 4th. James Thurston's going to have to deal with Connor Horn. That's 5th and 6th. But that one mistake already put him really against the 8 ball within 20 seconds of the race.
But the lucky part is that they do have time. We got 2 hours, just under 2 hours, 25 minutes. They're up front. They've cleared most of the field. We've gotten past where there could be a major one, though you can see the conga lines down the straight here.
I'll say this, if we go 2 hours of racing, we're still going to see this happen. Look at Spencer Burns toe-to-toe with Hoff.
Oh my gosh, they're trying 3 wide. They're going to make it happen.
Oh, Trevor Huff 3 wide to the inside. Burns gets into Barbagallo.
They bounce off each other. Burns coming the pinball in that Wii machine.
You heard them lift? They
Yep.
just had a lift just so they don't run into each other. And Barbagallo is toe-to-toe with Huff.
And this is going to be the interesting part. Still side by side right here to the beach. They make it work.
Truhl, Gavin Austin, Chase Kroll, Punkari, LeBombard. Back there in 71, Ty Leclerc, ever counts.
You got to give a lot of them credit. A lot of them not much experience on these road courses. Kai Collymore nearly loses it, keeps it together.
Ooh, and a slide as well. That was Murphy in 46. Kai Collymore just recently won an e-ticket. Running back in 35th was Skylar Comstock and Christian Delgado.
But you got to give a lot of them credit for not wrecking too much. Delgado and Collymore, though, trying to prove me wrong.
You got to be on the edge of your seat when you're looking really anywhere in this pack. Left side of your screen, there's a battle for fifth still raging on between Thurston and Connor Horn.
Yeah, and you're going to see, especially on the Mulsanne Straight, that the draft is going to be major. Stay
Trouble.
within someone, and who is that?
Jeff Perchatsky into a teammate of that of Carter Kingsley.
Hey, we said we'd do relaxed yellows, especially after how long the caution laps are going to be.
And the road course specialists.
Houston, we have a
back to the
problem.
wall.
And the space shuttle has crashed.
Oh, man. Let's take a look back and see what happened. Kingsley, 55. You see him back there.
He's behind him.
Riker Byram is sandwiched in between. I wonder if he had a play in this.
He's loose, but Byram doesn't get into him.
Oh, man, just on the embankment alone, Perchatsky went up, lost the rear end, overcorrected into Riker Byram, and caught Carter Kingsley.
And in the back, you see Chad Hornish went off track, too.
Hornish also with an incident. We wonder what the damage is possibly now on that Riker Byram machine. Everett counts and others. Smoke on the front stretch. Dale Greenwood. Damage to his right side.
Now, once they start spreading out, you're seeing guys getting a bit desperate. And I think you're going to see guys also have to just survive. At this point, we're at the attrition side of the early part of this race. About 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. Still plenty of time to make up spots. And look at all of that gravel on the side.
Riker Byram, I don't see too much damage from his incident he was in. Really on all ends. The thing is, you mentioned the gravel. It's all over the place on this track. The grip levels have got to be little to none this early. Look at Lemabard in 71.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the edge of control throughout these corners.
There with Max Swearengin. This is 22nd and 23rd.
So who makes that slingshot move in the draft? We've seen it a lot early on in this race. You're seeing how they line up, get in the draft. How fast are we going at this point? Like 210, 200?
But that's as the lead car.
Bump draft will help.
Lambo Bard in 71, newcomer to NR Night in America. You saw 207, and he's going to get help with Jackson Carr. Carr's going to make it 3 wide.
You know, help for the moment, then it's all, you're on your own 2 by 2 through this pack, almost 3 wide just ahead of them. And who's going to lift first?
That's really all it comes down to. Spencer Burns started up inside the top 5. He is now in the 20th position. Back to Lambo Bard. He's a driver that everyone likes to talk about because every week we would always goof up his name. Drivers would goof up his name. At the end of the day, he was strong enough to make an e-ticket event. And now here he is running well up inside, I believe, the top 30.
Well, you got to say, too, just to follow up on the story we talked about at the restart about 20 or so minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago, Daniel Mosteller has stayed up in that second spot.
Yeah, no one has been able to challenge him, nor Sean Conklin, nor Van Drugman, James Thurston. Thurston and Connor Horn, they were toe-to-toe at one point. The new, I guess, close battle up inside the top 10 is Rodriguez and Joe West. Really shocked West is running this well this early in the race.
He's just playing it smart. The real battle is for 9th, Thornquist and Malone.
Jacob Malone, and that's 69. Has got a driver that was up front challenging for the race lead at one point. And with these Next-Gens, you can really have a late break on entry to these corners. He tried it there, but lost all the speed as he works his way through Michelin.
This battle happened about 18 seconds behind Collazo, the leader. But hey, Malone is keeping pace with Thornquist for the most part. You're seeing all the grass fly up. Grip has to be at a minimum right now.
Inside, outside, shuffling. You see these drivers rolling. Back in 31st, we still see big battles. Jackson Buys, Skylar Comstock, Eladon Contreras. Mostly all in line. Chad Hornish, we saw him go off at one point. He has Cody Workman, who's now worked his way up to 38th from the 41st position. And Connor Murphy, he has been wrecking loose since the start.
And that's Collymore. He's just trying to survive at this point. Same with Chad Hornish, who's off the track.
And if you don't think they're having fun, think again. They're having a ball back here.
Because it's still racing for position. We're still keeping track of every single one of these positions, 1st to 50th.
We just had one go off, and that's Lambo Barton 71. Comstock Buys, Brad Gutierrez. With the 55 of Carter Kingsley kind of just shifting on through. Remember, Mosteller stayed out. Sean Conklin, if I'm not mistaken, came in, and some of these drivers did come in for tires.
And Steinmeier is a lap down. He is being lapped. So was Lane Sanders earlier. Next up will be Douglas Newbigging, who's a good 2.5 minutes back. So still a lot of time before he gets lapped. But you're starting to see the rubber band spread out a little bit.
And Jacob Malone has been able to stick with Chad Thornquist here down the Mulsanne. We'll be close enough to that Toyota to possibly make a strike into Daytona Beach.
Well, and looking even further back, on our screen, Jacob Wilkerson quietly in the 12th position so far. Really quiet night. Nothing's happened so far with him, so it's what you want to see.
Josh Kenyon has been able to stop the bleeding. He's back in 13th. Jacob Wilkerson, we haven't talked about him much, and if you think back to all the e-tickets we had in 2023, he was a talking point every single week, but hasn't been able to mount up an e-ticket win. So he's kind of gone to the wayside, but, for a driver that's not into the road courses as much as others, not a bad day.
He's in that tight battle for that 12th position. Gonna get the braking right in there. Head was a little loose, but he keeps it ahead of Kenyon.
Trevor Hoff, Zachary Truhl, Gavin Austin back in 16th. And we're getting to nearly the 2 hour to go mark, which would be 1 hour, or should I say 1 hour in racing, minus that 22-minute stoppage because of the caution.
And still 48 cars in this race out of the 50 starters, so pretty complete field, all things considered. Here's Burns battling with Jackson Carr now.
Behind Carr, you still have Ty Leclerc as they work their way to Indianapolis. This is the World Grand Prix, a very big difference in pace than what we're used to with all the racing action, and mainly because it's a road course and a long one at that. Spencer Burns off and into the gravel.
Well, and Burns, if I'm not mistaken, also stayed out, so he's already loose. Now he has the gravel all over him. It's just going to get worse. Now he's getting passed by Couts. He has Byram right behind him. He's fallen from a 5th place on the restart, and in the span of about 20 minutes, he's back outside of the top 20, almost 25th once Byram tries to get by.
Leclerc, Jackson Carr, that's a battle on track as well, and things just continue to shuffle. We're used to oval racing, we're used to tighten in on an intermediate, including with the Next-Gen, but this change of pace is bringing out the best of drivers. You look at the top two, and you see about 4.5 seconds of difference. I've watched some races overseas, and some of the greatest races have it where the top two are separated by about 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds, because you know with how long this race is, things are going to change. They're going to materialize, and you have to expect greatness from Hector Collazo for the next 2 hours and 14 minutes. Can you expect that still with strategy at play?
I think you can, because at this point early on, you got a rhythm. Like that is such an important part of road course racing with these next-gen cars, with any NASCAR stock cars. You've got to get yourself into a rhythm.
Ooh, Connor Horn finally found his way around James Thurston. 5th, 6th, and 7th down the Mulsanne they'll roll. That's Yahir Rodriguez holding on in his Chevrolet. 2 Chevys and a Ford.
And now you're going to see this happens so much is once they're so close together and they're all in the draft, they're just going to slowly come back together. 196, 7, 8, 200.
Let's try it inside with James Thurston. 208, 209, and hits that pocket of air that, in theory, should slow him down. Yahir Rodriguez says 212, 213. Does he break the 215 mark? And the opening portions of this race, the drivers were taking it easy. No, couldn't get to it. Slammed the back bumper of James Thurston and will push him by that of Connor Horn.
Can you imagine that feel going through a corner like that? Granted, not a full-on turn, but at 212 miles an hour, he looks to make the move. Thurston plays the defensive strategy, keeps him back for now. Yahir right there, right next to him.
Toe-to-toe, Chad Thornquist. He's been fighting there with Jacob Malone for quite some time. Joe West sideways, locks it down. No, it does nudge the wall and we'll be able to get it back going. Josh Lilly says, give me the top 10. And we continue to watch this fight between these 3 machines.
And a very solid one at that, just going back and forth, back and forth. Yahir Rodriguez looks low on Thurston again. Can't make it happen. This is the battle for 5th. And they're under a blanket.
The interesting thing is, when we get to the checkered flag, there's going to be drivers that we say, they get this position, that position, hit her around 2 or 3 seconds, and then we're going to have the clumps of machines like this that we're going to be watching the battles all the way to the checkered flag. You know they desperately want that 6th position, that 7th position, get inside the top 10. That's why I think it's going to be so fascinating. Unlike the end of some of the oval races we do, we call the finish for the winner, and we let them all just cycle back to the checkered flag.
Yeah, we'll follow everybody for this race, and in general, we're keeping track to see who's the best over the entire e-ticket year. Like, yeah, there's always something to race for. Even back in the 40s, there is something to race for in these e-ticket events, and Collazo is just in a league of his own. I mean, we went from the craziness we could hear back there, and now it's just silence. Like, you might be able to take a nap before he gets back over, and then here comes Collazo, just like Garage 56.
Van Drugman, P4, James Thurston. This is the battle I'm thinking I'm going to want to watch, because when the strategy does come in, it's going to disperse this little group from Thurston up to Connor Horn. Now, last time they went through turn 6 down the Mulsanne, Thurston and Yahir Rodriguez were in a bind behind Connor Horn. Horn, in theory, should be the pusher if they can still stay 3 at rest heading down the back straight.
There's a little bit of a gap, though, with Thurston. He's got a really solid piece under him. So does Thornquist, who has gotten himself about a 1.5 seconds away from Malone. He's trying to track these 3 down. But Rodriguez, Horn, this will for sure be a race. I think they're still within the gap to be able to draft off of the 4.
And they should very much be able to. And we've seen the tandem drafting already happen from 6 to 7. The only thing is, Connor Horn is now a ways behind Yahir Rodriguez. We'll catch him maybe halfway down the Mulsanne, but getting past James Thurston, that's going to be another challenge.
It definitely is, but they're so spread out. Let's see how close they can get it together. Between the 4 and the 16, that's, I'd say, a good 6/10, 7/10 of a second. Another 4 or 5/10 back to Horn. So they might not have the spacing just yet to get that close together.
No, Horn's not closing in at all. Josh Lilly to the inside of Jacob Malone. He's up to 9th, and we talked about Josh Lilly in the pre-race show because he has been in this position, not at Lama, but in the community event, the 2.4 hours of Daytona, where, hey, you're going to be an underdog coming in, and yes, it's a multi-class race. You're still going to have to be in position to make big things work. He's little by little closing in, and there's still no guarantee that this race will go caution-free.
So Rodriguez got there, but he does not have the position just yet to make a move on Thurston. And I gotta say, that 82 is closing in too. You can see him creeping into the picture more and more in that 8th spot. He's gonna be in this battle too.
Now that is Chad Thornquist just behind Josh Lee. Saw him got around Malone. I feel bad for Jacob Wilkerson. Kind of a no man's land still with Gavin Austin in 12th. Deeper in the field, Ty Leclerc, Cody Meadows. We're getting to the point of the race where at all times we may be having drivers rip down the Mulsanne.
I think we are. I mean, you're seeing that there's already a good 3-minute gap of those on the lead lap, and it's starting to get more and more spaced out. And so if you're some of those guys up towards the front, you almost see if you can lock on to some of the lap cars to try and make up time on the guys you're racing against. If you're, say, I mean, looking through, if you're Wilkerson and you're like 6 seconds behind Malone or 8 seconds, do you maybe pick up one of those lappers and try and draft up so you don't get caught by the guys behind you?
Brett Puncari, Riker Byram. This is a fight for 22nd. Puncari's kind of just been everywhere. In and around the top 20s. Got as low as, or should we say as high as the 15th position. This is his sweet spot as of the moment. Might be able to find his way around Riker Byram. We've seen a lot of mistakes under the Audi Sport Bridge in or around this part of the racetrack.
Yeah, I think that might be one of the most mistake-prone areas of the track. And it's what's separating these guys who are running in the 20s from the guys running in the teens, is that the guys in the teens and top 10, they're not making the same mistakes. They might not be as fast as the guys ahead of them, but they're not running off into the gravel trap, into the kitty litter.
Yeah, from Indianapolis to Orange, we're hearing words where you just saw Riker Byram go off. That is where the troublesome side is. Someone has come to pit road, we believe. Mosteller, he's in.
So you'd think probably another lap or two, the rest would come in. That's a big difference. You might think, oh, it's a lap or two. That's a difference of 3 to 7 minutes, depending on when they pit. So Conklin goes up to the 2nd spot, 10 seconds back. Then Drugmond is in 3rd. Thurston, Rodriguez, Horn now battling for the 4th spot, not 5th anymore.
Let's try to rekindle some memories from some. Think back to the last e-ticket event that really had a dominating force up front for the majority of it until a mistake happened. Anybody want to take a guess, maybe out there in the live chat as well? I think back to the Into the AM Southern 500, Wyatt Tinsley, who also did the same thing in the NR Cup Series at Darlington. What did he do? Led a big portion of the race, came to pit road, boom, looped it, boom, hit the inside barrels, and what happened? Went from, he's going to win this race, to, oh my goodness, everything just changed.
Yeah, and speaking of Darlington, I mean, that's what's up next.
Yes, April 1st, it will now be on a Tuesday. We can confirm that. Tuesday, April 1st, will be the 28th e-ticket event. The Southern 500 sponsorship opportunities available for that event as well. Email is down in the description below if you'd like to be a part of an e-ticket. We're back on the ovals and we're back with the Gen 6 talk.
Hey, I gotta say, John, I mean, we have a busy April coming up. We have the Southern 500 on April 1st, single day event. And then after that, exactly 3 weeks later, the duels for the Alabama 500 on the 22nd and April 25th. Mark your calendars for those super speedway fans. The Alabama 500 comes back, and not too long after that. And we'll get to it once we get there. Indiana 500 isn't that much further after. E-ticket season is in full swing.
Yes, it is. And the big thing about Alabama, I'll confirm this as of now, we're capping the driver list at 70, the most entries ever allowed available for an e-ticket event. Usually we get around 150 to 200 signups, and then we dwindle it down. 70 heading into Talladega with a shot to make the 40-car field.
It is going to be wild because nobody is guaranteed entry.
Not at all. Yahir Rodriguez, Connor Horn, has been tale as old as time. They've closed on into James Thurston as they continue to work in and out of the sectors into Indianapolis. They roll, and Thurston has got a heavy hand just in the mirror.
And these three, again, just all under a blanket for the 4th position. And they keep swapping positions left and right. They'll kind of go a little bit out and then accordion right back together.
Renage, interesting part of this speedway. It's been a real burner for some. We did see Mosteller come to pit road. Where did he cycle out by chance? You may be asking. Well, it isn't 41st on back as we continue to go ahead and look from up and down the pylon. But the big thing about him, where he cycles out, he'll be considered the projected leader when the drivers come on in. For Sean Conklin, he is sitting in the second position.
We'll watch the scoreboard on our side too, because the big shuffle. 14th on the racetrack, right ahead of William Schmidt.
Wow. There he is. Man, he's flying too.
You can see the speed compared to the rest of the field. We've been watching guys around this area, and then Mosteller is just on the edge. He's got to gain as much time as possible with these extra 2, 3, whatever laps he can get on the tires. Because that time is not only what he's making up to the rest of these guys, that's what he's making up to Collazo, who he was about, what, 6 to 8 seconds behind?
Yeah, so when Collazo comes to pit road, matter of fact, you just saw that of Jacob Wilkerson not come to pit road. He missed the Ford chicanes. Nope, he is coming to pit road. Correction, he is in. So everyone's going to start making their way in. That's 37 miles per hour. You cannot speed.
Well, and I say this is a smart move for Wilkerson because he was in no man's land. He had guys maybe 4 seconds behind him, 6 seconds ahead of him. He had no one to draft with. They were getting that draft down the Mulsanne straight, and that was gaining them about a second or so over him each lap. You get the fresh tires, you make up that time on guys with worn tires in the other areas of the racetrack, and then you're able to maybe catch up, in theory.
And it's a very separated race currently underhand. James Thurston still ahead of Yahir Rodriguez. Rodriguez in 5th. Connor Horn back there in 6th. Has not been able to get the shove to Yahir. What he's trying to do is get close enough into turn 6 and maybe tandem draft with them past the 4, but remember how the 16 and the 4 did it? They timed it perfectly, knowing they were going to need the entire straight to make the pass on the 67.
You're seeing it's basically bump drafting, all 3 of them under a blanket. Does he make the move? He dives low.
Yahir Rodriguez toe-to-toe into the sweeper, and he's going to have Connor Horn right to the aid.
Horn behind him. He might clear before we even get down to the beach. He does.
Easily at that.
Horn clears too, so in one straight, which at an oval might be a short amount of time, Thurston goes from 4th to 6th.
And you start seeing these clumps of 3 or 2 drivers going down that Mulsanne. You're going to see it really change up. Barbagallo is able to make up time there on Jackson Carr. Cody Meadows just a tad at that. It's very much spread out, but now the focus goes towards pit strategy. And Hector Collazo lost a ton of time. Over, I want to say 2, nearly 3 seconds. Is there damage on that machine?
He lost about 3 seconds. He might have overshot a corner.
Well, let's take a look back before maybe he comes to pit road. Yes, he did. Into Indianapolis, he goes wide. And yes, he is human. Mistake prone, that part of the racetrack it is.
And is he going to pit? Oh, Kai Collymore around. Yeah, that's what it was. He might have been going up to avoid getting crashed, and he just made the best out of nothing.
Wow.
So that might have been a smart move, depending on if he noticed he was spinning behind him.
It allowed Sean Conklin to close that gap. But these are things that can happen with 50 drivers on the speedway. Collazo is to pit road. We're going to see how he cycles on out. Remember, 37 miles per hour.
Going speed.
And it gets well down into the 20s. We'll see if that gauge on the bottom is right. And he will stick in around 38, 37 miles per hour. Sean Conklin will also come to pit road. Van Drugman will stay out. Yahir Rodriguez is in. James Thurston is in. And it is the mass exodus of the speedway to come get 4 fresh tires.
And this is right at the 1 hour mark of the race. So keep that in mind, that they are pitting at about the 2 hours to go, 1 hour into this race. And now let's see where Mosteller cycles out compared to the 95 and the 54.
Doing some quick math, I definitely expect the problem in my head to be wrong and possibly to get an F on the exam, but I don't think there's a way that they can go a full hour without racing, so they're definitely going to have to stop more than once.
Yeah.
There is a scenario where these drivers are going to be in a time crunch of when the fuel will come down when you think about it.
So it's Collazo is 5 seconds ahead of Mosteller. Mosteller, though, is ahead of Conklin by about 3.
Okay, so it's shuffled out. pretty interestingly. We will expect Mosteller to pit before Collazo. A dent in the armor? Maybe so, but not very much. Is able to find his way around Zachary Trull, now hoping Trull that can push the 87 down the Mulsanne straight. So everyone pulling out the calculators. Okay, whose strategy is best? Even if Collazo was able to get out in front. Weaving down the backstretch, trying to warm those tires up. Jacob Malone in third, Van Drugman the race leader, Connor Horn in second.
So Mosteller pit about 8 minutes before the rest of the leaders of Collazo and Conklin, and they're the ones that are going to cycle out. So 8 minutes difference between them.
Wow.
So keep that in mind. Depending on when Mosteller pits, around 8 minutes later, the other leaders should. And when it gets down to the end of the race, is that the difference between Mosteller possibly getting a second place finish or a 15th?
It could be. He's down to nearly about 4 seconds. Zachary Trull was giving him a heave down that back straightaway. And we'll see if that helps out. First time Collazo goes through Daytona Beach, and that is with his colder tires. You see him just tiptoeing on through, and that's where Mosteller is able to make it work just a little bit more, going a little bit wide off down and into turn 7. Some drivers that have worked their way to pit road with changes. Leclerc, James Thurston. Thurston into 8th, Jackson Carr. You see him with Chad Thornquist. Oh, not the speed he wanted down the Mulsanne, back in the 13th position. And Cody Meadows goes off with Yair Rodriguez.
That's a pretty big move.
Anyone else off? Chad Thornquist.
Oh, and he is well into the kitty litter.
And he's going to kick the dust up just in front of Josh Lilly, who is actually having a pretty good event, knowing the drivers that still need a pit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just mistakes. That's going to be the difference tonight.
Indianapolis, we've talked about it before. Incident, Jackson Carr, he's now slow and up out of the way.
These guys aren't slow, though.
Provisional race leader Hector Collazo there in 4th. Welcome to Indianapolis. No issues between the 82 or the 97.
But this is going to be the fun part of it all. Drugman, Horn, Malone, they're all still ahead of the 95 and the 87. It's been a good 4 minutes or so. They should be coming in. Yep, they're coming in this time.
Drugman is in. Horn, yes, he's in as well.
John, in a timed race like this, 4 minutes could be a huge, huge difference at the end of this thing, depending on when the pits fall and all of that, depending on how much you save. I mean, if you're able to save 1 lap here, you're saving roughly 3 to 4 minutes of strategy.
So all eyes are on Collazo. Yes, fastest driver on the track, guaranteed, but we're all wondering when the pit cycles will fall through. If this goes caution-free, you could be looking at Connor Horn, Van Drugman, and I want to say maybe even that of Malone as the new big 3. But if we do get a caution, we do cycle it out, you may go ahead and say to yourself, Collazo gets back the opportunity at hand. So this is a point where you're not rooting for cautions, you're rooting for strategy, and strategy, I think, may be getting the upper hand.
Well, and out of that, Mosteller did gain. He's still about roughly a second or so ahead of where he was before he pit. Granted, losing a lot of that because Collazo has fresher tires, but if you're able to parlay that over the span of a run and towards the finish, I mean, that could make a huge difference from maybe second to third if Conklin catches up to him.
Under 2 hours remaining here in the World Grand Prix. Jackson Buys back in 46, Spencer Burns in 45th with an incident. Max Steinmeier, Xander McKinney, Sean Rowe, they're all kind of just racing out of no man's land. Cody Meadows, Ty Leclerc, these are the drivers on different pit strategies. What to do, what to do. Oh, who's back there ever? It counts. Cody Meadows, toe-to-toe. Dominic Barbagala puts a nose underneath the Dunlop.
Yeah, and again, these are at the tail end of the top 20, give or take. Meadows in 21st, Barb in 20th. You're hearing that gravel flying around when they drive through.
Barbagala doing what he can, trying to put the loud pedal down. Joe West, Max Swearigan. Max has Braden Mubbock just behind him.
Mubbock 5 laps down from an earlier incident and a penalty.
And we did see the 28 of Zachary Truel come to pit road.
Yeah, here Rodriguez now the one in no man's land. He has about 9 seconds between himself and Thornquist, and he's about 4 seconds behind Thurston.
Thurston going off. Yeah, here Rodriguez. Now we've seen Chad Thornquist make the mistake to turn 7 before. This time he doesn't have any pressure from behind. And it's such a weird corner here. You're going off of a 3-mile straightaway, and it's very tight with that right-hander. That's where we've seen the mistakes before.
So something else I'm interested in, John, is I'm noticing as we go through the scoring pylon, I think there's 40, 41 that are now on the lead lap. We're starting to see cars getting lapped more and more. What happens when we start getting into lap traffic and the leaders are going through? Mistakes happen, lappers happen. We got an hour 53 of that happening.
It usually kind of just happens out of nowhere. You got less than 2 hours remaining in this race. Horn and Malone, they're knit together in the 9th and 10th position. Horn look for the toe-to-toe, but look at the damage on that 67. Has been into it before and just got into that of the machine ahead of him, Jacob Malone.
Still, positions up for grabs. 9th, 10th right here in front of you. Up ahead a bit, you see Lilly in 8th.
Deeper in the field, battle is for 14th. It will be Jacob Wilkerson and Max Swearigan. These cars already look like they've been through battle. They still have less than 2 hours remaining, but at 52 minutes to the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through yet, and they're already looking like they've been through the gauntlet at Bristol or Martinsville. You see Swearigan right behind that Chick-fil-A Toyota. He's right on Wilkerson's bumper.
The Porsche curves. And to master it, it's very, very difficult. Collazo, a 6-second advantage, yes, but we're still looking at strategy to see if that's going to hold.
About 3 seconds now between Mosteller and Conklin, so that gap is definitely shrinking between second and third, and it's not even maybe 2.5 at this point. So the battle for second in a couple of minutes here might be heating up.
Max Swearigan. He was there to Jacob Wilkerson. That was coming off turn 19, now headed to Dunlop. Porsche curves, Corvette curves. We've seen a lot of drivers either gain time or lose time on that end of the racetrack. Wilkerson dealing with Max Swearigan. Max, a nice switchback. And that's right through Dunlop as they work their way into the S's.
So Swearigan moves up to the 14th position. Next up for him to catch would be that of William Schmidt.
Schmidt, well, he has been on the move. Remember how deep in the field he started? We're talking 46. Oh, my goodness. And he is up to 13th.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of movement through the field. You're seeing some like Sean Rowe back on the lead lap now after a late, not a late start, but a bad start. You're seeing Cody Workman up to the top 30 now in the field after being in the 40s for a lot of it. So, again, a lot of people might say, who cares? But making your way up, catching a lot of these guys that are making mistakes, you know, just piece by piece.
Would love to speak with some of these drivers when we get an opportunity. Hopefully, we do it on the end of the speedway that's a little bit better. You know what, let's talk to your race. Nope, cannot talk to Hector Collazo, deafened and muted in the Discord. So we'll look to go ahead and speak with other drivers that are somewhat in the ballpark range.
Hey, Mosteller's catching up really quick. Did something happen to Collazo?
Yes, he did. Heavy damage to the nose of the 95. And it is completely punched in. Does that mean the 87 closes in? We'll find out. Let's look back. Oh, Jerry Rodriguez, I'm wondering if it was on him. Wow. Yeah, he's really losing time to that 87. Oh, man, how things could change. That was through Indianapolis. Bang.
Oh, man, that's a big hit. That is a big, big hit,
and
damage-wise.
Kai Collymore was involved in it as well. big punch to the nose, and this is going to change much.
We just talked about it, John. The difference of lap cars, it's going to be big. And that might open the door for Daniel Mosteller, who is making up tenths at a time.
Oh, man.
I mean, you can see the gap. And now it's about 4 seconds under the braking zone. But that gap went from nearly, 6, 7 seconds to 3. Mosteller just barely off the track. He smells blood in the water.
Less than 4 seconds between the top two. We thought this race was going to come down to strategy and strategy alone. It could come down to what's left in speed. We're going to keep an eye on the speed with this 95 down the Mulsanne. That will be a great indicator on how much power and RPMs it still has left in it.
John, sometimes, and we've seen it at so many of these e-ticket events, sometimes it just comes down to luck. Sometimes you're just in the wrong place, and in that time, he was in the wrong place for a lap car to spin. I don't know about you, but that, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm hearing things. That car just doesn't sound right.
It doesn't. Here's what it sounds like coming by versus a driver that is not down on RPMs. Listen in.
And then we'll go to Collazo.
Back to Mosteller. And yes, that is with the draft, but a clear indication that Collazo's going to have to beat him in the corners.
Yeah, which he can. That's his best part of the track.
206. Yes, Collazo is up to 206 as well. But remember how much further he is versus Mosteller. And with 3 seconds, I mean, you're getting dropped, but not by much. 207 here versus 209 already.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge difference. We see it. He's making up about, I'd say he made about 3-4 tenths. But if Collazo can keep the gap through the corners, can basically just we just blinked again.
Yeah, so there are some things going against the fastest driver in this race. 1, internet. 2, nose damage from lap machines. And that lap traffic is going to continue to plague this race. Oh, Mosteller goes off into Daytona Beach, and he just threw away a chance of closing in. Here comes Sean Conklin.
He knew there was blood in the water, and he made the mistake. That's more costly than anything he could have done. Conklin now the one who has to start making it up, and he already has more worn out tires because he's been out there 8 minutes longer than Collazo, 8 minutes longer than Conklin, but now he's lost that track position to the 54. That's huge too.
Someone was telling him, hey, he's wounded, and you mentioned there, blood in the water, go get a 30-ticket title. The problem is there's still over an hour and a half remaining, and he may have just really impacted a chance into turn 7.
Yeah, because if that damage is costly enough for Collazo, Conklin is his competition, and he just gave up a second and a half after being passed by him. Costly mistake.
I don't think they'll be required on Collazo when he comes to pit road. Definitely optional.
But Conklin's catching up little by little.
And Conklin and Collazo, remember, they started on the front row for this race. But you can't have any mistakes at all out of this 54. That just proved, just because the fastest driver now has something going against him, you need to have everything go your way. Collazo twice in this race had to find his way into the litter.
Yeah, and there's still time, especially if he's able to repair that damage. Collazo can be even faster. He's still keeping a pretty great pace. I mean, outside of Conklin and Mosteller, I don't think anyone's actually catching up to him.
I think there's a reason why he deafened. He wanted nobody to speak to him after what happened with Jerry Rodriguez. But we have a race in Lama. It's between this top 3. Fastest driver on track now has weights on the back of his car, while Conklin and Mosteller are just seething and wondering if they can go ahead and close in.
Oh, and you can see Mosteller just losing more time. I think he lost another half second there because he doesn't have the tires to keep up with him.
He's got to get anything that was on the tires off, right? And you may be saying, well, it happened half a lap ago. Lama is big. What do you mean there could still be stuff in the tires? After warming them up, and going through a heat cycle, you put it through the litter, you're going to have issues. You're going to have to basically restart that again. And in this case, all eyes will be on this 54, knowing that Sean Conklin puts PBR in an opportunity to win an e-ticket.
Yeah, and now he is less than 4.5 seconds back. He has to take advantage of not having a damaged car, make up this time on the fast parts of the track that Collazo is going to lose time on.
Zach Todriff watching back on home, just saying, please give us our first e-ticket win since 2022.
And he's making that time up. He's made up about a tenth or two. You see 4.265. He just reeling him in slowly. Now don't make a mistake.
Maybe saying 4 seconds, what do you mean that he has a shot at winning? If you just missed what happened, you know for sure. Another driver with nose damage, Gavin Austin. And here's the thing, right? For the ones back at home that may be saying, oh, it's going to cost us, re-rack them and put 45 drivers left going down the Mulsanne. Let's do it again with less time remaining. You bring it down to pit road, Hector Collazo fixes that car completely.
Yeah, and he has been basically unstoppable when it's not something that's getting in his way, but the gap is under 4 seconds between the 95 and the 54.
Sean Conklin has never won an e-ticket event. The 54, Zach Todriff's team, PBR. PBR started off as a friend group. They got their first e-ticket win with Michael Gregory in the 2005 Daytona 500, ran in 2022. Ever since then, they have been searching, not just for an e-ticket win, but just a win in general. Collazo using most of Indianapolis. Same with Conklin, same with Mosteller. Yes, you have 2 hours left to go. But with the pendulum swinging before the next cycle of green flag stops, Conklin needs to go out there and pass that 95.
John, I think Conklin's made up over a second this lap.
He has, and he is in view there of Collazo before working his way through the set of chicanes.
Collazo at this point, just please just get me to that next pit stop. Let me repair my car.
A lot of things, a lot of wonders to roll with. 3.5 seconds now. The Corvette curves, the Porsche curves before the Ford chicanes, and it could come down to that at the end of the day. And for the ones that were hoping for strategy, you may still want to be hoping for strategy if you're in the Collazo camp, because if he can keep Conklin and Mosteller behind before the cycle of green flag stops and they can get that car repaired, it's like the tides. They would turn right back to the 95 camp. A lot of racing still left to go. We got a treat in Lama.
Well, I'd say if Mosteller can make up about another 2 or 3 seconds, he should be able to be near or past Collazo, pitting a lap or two before him. Remember, the last pit stops that these guys made were about 1 hour mark, the 2 hours remaining mark for the 95 and the 54. As for the 87, he made it at the 2 hour, 8 minute mark. So about 8 minutes difference, or give or take 2 laps. And that is going to be a huge difference. 8 minutes worth of using fresh tires. If he's able to make up that time on them, going to be big. But the time's being made up by Conklin. Yeah, he's losing time now in some of the braking zones, but look at that, 3.3.
So there's a reason why we're following Van Drugman just for a moment. There's 3 strategies going on. There's the Collazo strategy with Conklin. They pit in or around the same time. Then there's Mosteller. And then there's Van Drugman. Remember, Van Drugman long pitted, or should we say in the terms of overcut, the top 2 in an idea to see if he could stay out long enough at the end of the race where the time would run out and he would be the winner. So we're watching the top 4 very deeply, almost like a weather forecast. If things stay the same and Conklin can not show up and show out to pass Hector Collazo a favorite to win. But right now, Conklin is shown to be a lot quicker than the 95. Think strategy. Mosteller came to pit road first. He's closing in on Collazo. If he can get out in front of Collazo and Conklin with 5 minutes remaining, he would have to hold on and just keep them behind. For Van Drugman, he is hoping for the race to go in a way of a cycle where he can stay out just long enough for the clock to strike 0 as him as the race winner.
An update from way further back in the pack. Lane Sanders updating that he killed the car, blew the Indianapolis corner. 3 laps down, and maybe counting.
Yeah, turn 9, it's been very much a struggle. Indianapolis has taken so many drivers for a loop. Sanders Racing Designs, very grateful for them. Once again, go ahead and check them out. For everyone hanging out down below, trust me, if you want a nice paint scheme, Lane Sanders is going to be your guy. Go ahead and give him a message on Trading Paints as these drivers continue to rock and roll with us.
That was a better corner, I think, for Conklin. He didn't get up into the gravel. And, John, I'd say, what, maybe a second or so he has to get back before he starts catching the draft of that 95?
Yes, there's just one thing. The time is not on Conklin's side anymore. And this is where, if you're in the Collazo camp, you can kind of just go, okay, he's closing in, yes, but is there optional? Do you take the optional? I think you would have to take the optional.
Take anything you can get.
If the optional is long and you don't go ahead and hit the outside wall, you lose a little time, but you get the race car back that you're used to. You get all that power. I think for Collazo, he's very fortunate that reflag pit stops are about to come back around.
Well, you got to think, you wait till Mosteller comes in because that's the 8-minute gap between them that they pitted. It's still at least 8 minutes away from pitting, which again, that might help, but look at that time. It's starting to whittle down.
And now it is 2 seconds, the closest gap we've had all race. For the ones that aren't new to endurance racing, this is what we mean by excitement. 24-hour race, 12-hour race, in our case a 3-hour race. Yeah, the leader could be ahead by 10 seconds. You know what? Be ahead by 3 miles. Because there will be something that happens that changes things up quickly. I think it is doing it. The top 2 are under a second and a half.
I have a feeling Collazo, he had to get past Dale Greenwood, that lap machine. No big issue, but now 1.5 seconds. You got a lap car if you're Conklin you can draft off of if you need. 1.3, 1.4. He's getting a little further away, but they're not at full song just yet.
And they will have the advantage, that of the 54 down the Mulsanne. Draft from Greenwood, not exactly. It's going to be raw speed. Toyota versus Chevrolet, 3 miles and counting.
And now you're seeing the big difference of having that 95 so damaged, the 54 keeping it clean and green. Now 1.3 seconds the difference. He can get to about 1.2, and he makes up another 0.2 or so before they get back around. And at that point, you're in striking distance, and he's there 1.25 seconds and less.
The excitement of Le Mans, the excitement of the World Grand Prix, all on display. Nearly 1 second the difference between the top 2. Drugman has cut the gap. He's down to 10 seconds. Mosteller, he has found his home 5 seconds back.
Conklin's there. Second. That's it. This was a lead, John, that was 6 seconds over Mosteller with Conklin behind.
And remember, this is not a second at Bristol. This is a second at Le Mans.
He's there.
That feels like inches compared to any oval we go to. Through Indianapolis, that's what we're going to have to watch, turn 9.
So that's the part of the track Collazo has struggled at. The turns through here, the S's winding, all of these different turns, this is where he's better at. It's where he's able to hold these guys off at.
From turn 7, turn 8, turn 9, it's coming up. Collazo sends in a heave. Makes it stick to Indianapolis. Can't get loose, kicking up the dust. Sean Conklin just 0.8 back. I think he's considering maybe a size up back to the Mulsanne.
You know what I'm thinking of, John? One, if you're Collazo, you got to feel bad for Collazo. Just because he did nothing wrong and some freak accident happened. You know what this reminds me of?
What's that?
Danica Patrick. A lot of people say, why? She was awful. Leading the race up in Canada.
Oh my God.
Flying away. Was easily going to win that race. Someone throws a shoe on the track, and all of a sudden she starts having problems, finishes in the 20s. Now, I don't think that'll happen to Collazo. He's still keeping plenty of pace. But again, Collazo well and away. Nothing can stop him except a brick wall of a lapper spinning right in front of him.
Porsche curves, Corvette curves. Now up, here comes the Ford chicanes. In, out. Can Conklin gain some time? Yes, he does. Uses all the sausage curves. An hour and a half remaining. Add 4 minutes to that total. And it's just 3/10 the difference. Mosteller off in turn 19.
I think Mosteller is just pushing it a little too hard, on top of having more worn out tires than the leaders.
And it wasn't a talking point in this race if he could go out there and get a third e-ticket title. A lot were saying it's going to come down to Darlington, and guess who's really good there?
Braden Hubman.
So, if Mosteller does not get 3 tonight, and we see a new e-ticket winner, we go into Darlington, we go into Alabama for Talladega, and we go into Indianapolis, knowing that's going to be the sweet spot. Why is that? Mavik's great at Darlington.
Pass for the lead. Conklin takes the lead.
And just like that, a new race leader here in the World Grand Prix.
Is there a problem with the 95?
I think he just pulled over.
I mean, that was drastic. But to add to what you were saying, after that, Chicago.
You have Chicago. You go back on the streets. But at Indianapolis, who's great at Indianapolis as well? Both of them. So
yeah,
you start questioning and thinking as well as Chad Thurnquist. Can't look away from him.
Heavyweight fight.
So this World Grand Prix can set up headlines to the next 3 or 4 e-ticket events if Conklin stays out in front of Collazo and Daniel Mosteller.
Well, Mosteller needs to worry more about Drugman than the top 2 in this race. Conklin, though, he is flying away. 1.3, 1.4, so almost a second and a half gap between himself and Collazo. Collazo had this in the bag in the opening half of this race. The opening 20 laps of this race, he had it in the bag. And
halfway through, we see the shift. Toyota and Chevrolet, a second and change in between. Daniel Mosteller 7 seconds back, and Van Drugman's going to be over him. I don't want to call Van Drugman out of this race just in this moment. Here's why. Conklin has made mistakes without lap machines.
Yep. Mosteller tonight made mistakes without lap machines. So I think it's still any of these top 4's race. They would have to take each other out, though, for me to think that Thurston or anyone behind him could catch up. I mean, these 4 are in a league of their own up at the front. And that's another 10th added on to that lead. Conklin slowly pulling away. You see Mosteller fishtailing it.
I think he's just lost in his head. I think he needs a caution to regroup.
Or a pit stop.
Yes.
Which he'll be making the stop first. By the time we get back around, it'll be around the hour 31, hour 30 mark. About the halfway mark.
45,
and we'll see.
46 drivers still left running in the World Grand Prix with an hour and a half remaining. Hector Collazo, he has lost touch with Sean Conklin, wanting to desperately get to pit road.
He needs it. He needs that stop. He needs that repair, or his race is over for the win at least. I mean, he's still faster than everybody else in the field. Second would not be that bad. Second for any other race for him would be outstanding, except this one.
Oh, yeah.
Then they're pitting. Mosteller in. I think Collazo's in too.
And this is where the pit window opens up. Collazo stays out.
No, he just fell back. Another mistake.
Van Drugman stays out. This is what we're going to watch. That was about 30 minutes, Jared.
About 38 minutes between pit stops for Mosteller. So I'd assume in about 2 laps, Conklin and Collazo should be in after. Drugman, though, I believe stayed out a lap longer than them. That's going to make a huge difference at the end of this race, depending on how the time cycles out.
So it's an uneven cycle as of this moment, opening the opportunity for pit strategy.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I mean, Collazo is just hemorrhaging time to that 54. That car is not what it was before.
A shell of a pass. How about something that hasn't changed? Thurston and Yahir Rodriguez have been around each other all race, and they're still 4th and 5th.
I don't know whether or not they're having fun racing each other, or they're just sick of each other at this point.
Because at one point, it was Connor Horn, who's now dropped back to 9th. Mosteller, pit road, in and out, cycles out in 7th. Josh Luley back there in 8th. But at some point, I wouldn't be surprised. We go green all the way through. These two are going to be fighting for that top 5, top 4.
Definitely. I mean, Thurston has been sitting in that 5th spot. You know, when you add Mosteller up there, the fast 4, Thurston's been sitting in the 5th spot probably for about the last 20 minutes.
Do you expect Collazo to come in just a little bit earlier than what he's used to?
It depends on how far he thinks he can go and split up the race to the end, because I have a feeling he'd have the strategy kind of figured out. You heard a lot of them not really knowing what they were going to do, and then they all pit. So if he wants to gain that repairs, get the speed maybe a lap early and undercut Conklin, maybe. But being almost 5 seconds back now, I don't even know if he can make up the time.
I think he can, depending on how long he has to sit in pit road, right? And then if you get a caution, because you know if the caution comes out, you throw everybody for a
Yeah, but if the caution comes out at a certain point, we've talked about it before, the race would be over.
Right.
So you don't, you maybe have an hour that you would want that caution out, which is still a third of the race. It's still a lot of time, but you can't count on it.
Rodriguez, Thurston, no change. Chad Thornquist back in 6. Mosteller, remember, he cycled through. He's in 7th. This undercut's going to be big. Sean Conklin has been known for speeding on pit road in e-tickets of past. If that happens, this puts the 87 back in the play for possibly going after the win.
Yeah, I mean, he made too many mistakes that last run to be able to keep up with those two. Those two have not made mistakes tonight. Conklin hasn't, and it's paid off. Collazo has not made a mistake. It has literally been everybody else's mistakes that have cost him so far tonight.
You see Josh Louis really having a career day for himself. About a second the difference between Max Swearingen and Jacob Malone. These two next to battle on track. That's 11th and 12th. William Schmidt and Gavin Austin. That will be 13th and 14th as they're very much separated apart. Ty Leclerc, Trevor Hoff, and behind them, Barbagallo and Cody Meadows, 17th, 18th. That's Braden Movick finding his way around that 17 car.
And rolling through the scoreboard.
He's in. Both of them are in. Conklin, Collazo coming in on the same strategy. That leaves Van Drugman out on the racetrack to take the race lead.
Now, they came in a lap earlier compared to Mosteller than they did before. Whether it's fuel or a strategy, we'll see. But does Drugman stay out an extra lap or an extra lap or 2?
It really depends on what they're gauging on, because this would be in around 40 minutes, correct?
So between stops, 33 minutes for the 95 and the 54, 38 minutes for the 87. But if Van Drugman stays out extra, I mean, John, we're 23 laps into this race. That's how big this track is. 2 laps is a huge difference.
Yeah.
And if this thing goes green like we think it's going to go, that could be the difference between the 12 winning this race and finishing 4th.
I'm about to say, I think Drugman is looking for just one more stop after this, where everyone might be in a position of 2.
Well, so far the most we've seen is about 38 minutes. You multiply that by 2, cut that in half, and that's roughly an hour and 16 minutes.
Okay.
So if he made it another lap around, roughly in about this point, what, 3 minutes? So 123, that's cut. It's cutting it. But if he gets a caution right at the end,
yes,
he could bank on that. I mean, at worst, he's good. As long as he doesn't make a major mistake, he's finishing 4th.
Now, what if this happens? Look at his lead over Mosteller and Conklin. That's 30 seconds.
Save.
To the 24 hours of Daytona, way back in the day, a driver said, the leaders are about a minute back. I got a minute left in this race. I'm going to creep to the line. Okay, I won.
That could be the play. But if you run out of fuel at the wrong place in this track, going, say, like 50 miles an hour in a corner or something like that, you're not getting back. I don't care how close you are. You're not getting back. Unless somebody hits you there. But, I don't know if we have rules against that they can exploit. It's more or less, when he gets back to the line, if he doesn't pit, then we're in business. Then he might be able to do it saving.
Oh, one off Jerry Rodriguez, and he has had trouble all race long, and he found himself just off in turn 8.
If that gravel wasn't there, he is flying out into the forest.
There's LaBombard, who is also off as well. And Van Drugman has a 30-second advantage. Moss Stellar, there he is versus Sean Conklin. That's about 7 seconds. And where did that of Colazzo go?
11th.
Wow. And he did fix the car. Okay, that's huge news. Did fix the car.
Make that time
From what
up.
we've seen, we're going to monitor his lap times versus other drivers.
Hold on, though. He is a ways back, though. We'll see it on this end. So Mosteller 38 seconds roughly back. Colazzo 73. John, that is, I hate to say it, I think that's insurmountable.
It's going to come down to now Drugman, Conklin, I want to say Mosteller, but I'm really, if this, at least the way everything's projected, it's going to be a Drugman versus Conklin unless Conklin makes a mistake, which once again, he is very prone to doing.
Where's Drugman at right now? Because if he's not in, he's not in. All right.
And still has 31 seconds over that of Sean Conklin.
If he's able to make it about 7 minutes longer, he can easily make this on a one-stop race when everybody else has to do two, and he'll win this race.
You know, I am loving the art of road course racing tonight. It's been poetic. Thurston is in. Yahir Rodriguez is in as well.
Everyone's in.
The rest of the drivers. Sean Conklin, who's provisional leader, goes across the line. Incident off turn 19. That's Carter Kingsley in 55. And
Mosteller is in it.
Collects Daniel Mosteller. Is that a caution? Not happy with Carter Kingsley at all.
All right, Kingsley is off the track, so it's just Mosteller's got to turn around. There's no caution. It doesn't look like it.
That's heavy damage to that 87.
Let's see what happened there. Did he just come back on the track like, oh, that's totaled.
That is destroyed.
And we're seeing all of the regulars have been just, oh my God.
Man.
Wow. Lap cars tonight have taken out 2 of the 4 that were in contention to dominate this race. It's up to the admins.
I think it would be too late now if they did throw it. But I think that probably should have been a caution. Wow. It would have affected the strategy of the race, no doubt about it. Daniel Mosteller junked a 3rd e-ticket title. May have just been blown away. And we told these guys, relax yellows on because of how long the pace lap is, and we're hearing from the admins, 2-car incident. If you get a caution, that's an extra 22 minutes of pacing. That leaves an hour for something else to go wrong, which would also be another 20 minutes. And they said with it being 2 cars, let the strategy play out.
And it's interesting, the chat about an hour or so ago was saying never throw a caution again. If there's a 25-car wreck, who cares? 2-car wreck there. I get it, though. I mean, it completely ruined the race for Mosteller, but they keep it green. Drugman now coming back around. He is closing in on the ability of a one-stop race.
Yeah.
It's him and Conklin.
His first e-ticket attempt as well.
Yeah. It's him and Conklin. But that was what, Carter Kingsley, I believe, that caused that.
And 55. Unbelievable.
Just a boneheaded move.
Now, the town hall, I think, is going to be very interesting at the end of this race.
I
don't know what he was thinking.
That might have been the worst move I've seen in an e-ticket. I mean, I can get if somebody spins and that's a bad move too, but I feel like as a lap car, and we've communicated this in every e-ticket, as a lap car, if you spin and there's no caution, it is your responsibility not to wreck the field. And it's for anyone that's a leader. If this happens to Drugman, same thing. Conklin, same thing. Like, I don't care who it is. If there's got to be the respect shown to the leaders.
Mosteller will work his way on pit road. He is back in the 8th position. Colazzo is in 6th. Sean Conklin, yes, shown 28 seconds, now 27 behind Van Drugman.
He's in.
But Drugman is in, and you got to wonder if he made it.
He's about, well, let's see when he gets in to start getting some fuel. And we'll watch Conklin probably scream into view here in a moment. But let's see the 12, the exact moment, it's about what?
In now, so...
About, let's say 3 minutes, 30 seconds roughly if he saves.
So what he's going to have to
45.
do is some magic. And you know what that magic is?
Save a minute 45 on each run.
And not just that, if you get to under a minute and you're on that final lap, save, stop it. Well, I wouldn't say stop, but really slow it back just so you have that much of an advantage over Sean Conklin when you get to the line. Don't force an extra lap unless you need to.
Yeah. And he's only 7.8 behind Conklin. So he gained.
Wow. He gained.
Yeah, he was 10 seconds back. 11 seconds back. About 10 seconds back.
We still have ourselves a race. Update from the admins. Yes, they said they're standing by their call with that caution. And knowing how many cars are still left racing, they worried where it could turn into something that is undescribable compared to the first half of this race.
Yeah.
Do you like the call? I mean, we could be opinionated. We didn't make the call.
I mean, we talked about it beforehand in the drivers' meeting that if it was not a full-on track blocking 5, 6, 7+ car wreck, the drivers wanted to keep it green.
Yes.
And they communicated that.
Yes, they communicated that. This is also a call from the drivers. Less cautions, more racing.
Yes, but like it's not just like it's for especially a road course race like this, because we knew how long these cautions would be.
Swearigan, Truhl, William Schmidt, he's got some nose damage as well. And they have said it, that car cannot continue. Daniel Mosteller is out of the World Grand Prix. A third e-ticket attempt for him going to victory lane will have to come down to Darlington.
Following the tally for the year, basically all of the favorites have been taken out for most e-tickets. Mosteller, Movic, Schmidt had issues. Now he's been somewhat able to make his way back up a bit to 11th.
Just saw Chase Crawl go off into Daytona Beach. A lot of damage on him. May have to go check a replay. I wouldn't be surprised if he completely missed it.
So I'll put it like this too. Pitting at about the 119 point means yes, Drugman has about 8 minutes worth of fuel more than Collazo, which I don't think will be an issue at this point for him, unfortunately, for the 95, but especially Conklin. He has better tires for the majority of the run. He has better fuel. It's all in his hands.
There's Conklin locking up, trying to just pull away from Van Drugman, but Van Drugman, I'm going to say it, he's a little quicker than that of Sean Conklin.
Little by little.
Looking at lap times, and it's still his out lap, but from what we've seen, Drugman in areas is quicker than Conklin.
I don't think he's fast enough to catch him, but it's a strategy. If he has a strategy on his side, he can catch him. I mean, we know for a fact Conklin has to pit 2 more times. If Drugman can extend this run, even if it means he saves and he falls a little further back time-wise, there's a chance.
We are getting word Carter Kingsley has been L5'd from this event after the actions with Daniel Mosteller. I think that was expected when it all kind of happened. Drugman 8 seconds back, give or take. Sean Conklin drove a 3:37. They're saying Drugman drove a 4:11. Still because he was coming out from his original lap.
We'll have to see another lap around. I'd say it's roughly, it's maybe a 10th here, 10th there for one or the other. You're seeing he's losing like a few tenths here through this corner, and then he'll gain a few tenths. I think it's roughly even.
And you still have over an hour remaining. Here's Josh Lilly, career day for him. He's up to 6th. Chad Thurquist in 7th, Connor Horn in 8th, Max Swearigan in 9th, Zachary Truhl in 10th. For the non-road course ringers, they're saying, please bring Darlington and please bring it now. For everyone else, they're thinking to themselves, what else could happen? Could something happen to Drugman? Conklin, mentioned about 2 or 3 times. I will mention it a fourth if I have to. Conklin is prone to making mistakes on road courses.
If anything happens to those top 2, Collazo just has to get to Thurston. And 6 seconds is not insurmountable with how fast he's been. He can probably make that up this run.
Ty Leclerc in 53 with Jacob Wilkerson. On a world of their own. That's 14th, 15th, Joe West, Trevor Huff. This is a battle for position deeper in the field.
Yeah, and solid runs for a lot of these drivers who are on different strategies. These drivers, too, that, you know, maybe we weren't expecting. They're just surviving the attrition rate for the most part. We've seen others have reported, like Lane Sanders did in the chat, just making mistakes. Others up front being taken out by lappers. And these guys up in the top 20 now, Riker Byram, Cody Meadows, Barbagallo, Pancari, Huff, like all these guys were outside the top 30 in different points of this race, but have since kept the mistakes more to a minimum, and they're making up that time. Pass for 4th. Collazo passed Rodriguez. He's made up about a second on Conklin. He's going to try that hard charge, John.
He's going to try it. You know what? I can't say it isn't possible for just what we know. One mistake on pit road between the top 2. If he could catch up to James Thurston, he would be there in 3rd. You can't look away.
I mean, he's, what, 5 seconds back from that 4? You see the distance on the screen as the 4 of Thurston goes by. And he's already making up time on Rodriguez in 5th.
It's going to be interesting. We know Drugman versus Conklin. You see 8 seconds, but for the ones back home that maybe just joined us, completely different pit strategy. Drugman is trying to go for the 1-stop, where Sean Conklin will be forced to be on a 2-stop. Drugman hoping that time will expire by the time he sees the checkered flag, but he has been at pace with Conklin to where he could just outright go out there and try to pass him. Hector Collazo led the most laps in this race. He's now 39 seconds back. So hard charger, he's going to need something to work a lot more than just speed.
The way I've been able to kind of calculate it is if Drugman is around 39, pits at around 39 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Can go either way when he comes down pit road because, of course, making it there. He might be able to make it on fumes. He might be able to just coast it to the finish. So that's what you have to watch, because I'm thinking that when it comes to the 54, he's probably going to pit, I'd say if you're looking at it being about a 33, 34 minute run for the most part, probably around 53 minutes to go. So it's stretching it for the 12.
It is.
But does he have a shorter stop? Maybe a gas and go real quick, just splash and go.
And that's why he's trying to close into Conklin at that just-in-case moment.
Meanwhile, Collazo, that last lap made up about 4 seconds.
Yeah, so do you say he's out of the question? And look at him, he's just tailing that rear end before he heads into Dunlop. That was through 1.
He's driving his heart out. It's so much time that it's been, I don't know, man. It's been so much time since the incident. He fell so far back. He could, if he's able to get, I think if he's able to get past Thurston this lap and he's not held up, then he can start making up more time like that. I think that with a clear racetrack, if he catches him at the right spot, maybe. But I think that if he's able to, he'd have to be, I think, 34 seconds roughly back of the leaders for me to think, okay, I think he can do it.
James Thurston in 3rd, Van Drugman 6 seconds now, so he is closed in pretty quickly here on that of Sean Conklin. And this isn't even done with the whole fuel run. You see it.
No, I mean, those 2 zeros there is him leading. So he's got he's got fast car. He's got better tires. Maybe better fuel. I mean, we know he has better fuel, but maybe better enough to make it on the 1 stop. That is the possible play. I think, though, if he's anything If he's anything really further than about 39 minutes, 30 seconds remaining of the race when he pits, I don't think he can make it unless he's just trying to make it on fumes.
Right.
But look at the time he's made up. I mean, outstanding.
Horn versus Swearengin.
It's the battle for 8th.
Max looking to the outside of Connor Horn. They're toe-to-toe.
They're not giving in just yet. Horn has the bottom line.
Max will have the outside, and someone's going to call another's bluff.
And they called each other's. Horn's going to keep it. He had the right line to be defensive. Overshoots the corner.
And switch back Max Swearengin.
And he's got it. And right behind them, I think that's Zachary Truhl in the 28, having a quietly good top 10 night in that 28 machine.
So little by little, remember, he failed to qualify for the Florida 500.
Yeah.
Now finds his way into 10th. William Schmidt in 11th. Gavin Austin in 12th, who goes off into the beach. Ty Leclerc will have an opportunity to close into him. Just over 6 seconds back is Drugman to Conklin, and he has closed in big time. We can play the hypotheticals all we want, but we know one thing. If you're Team Collazo, you're still banking on a caution because he has now gone back to the fastest driver on the track.
Oh, he is. You see him sliding it around. I got to say, when we switched there for a moment back, Jacob Wilkerson's been in 14th all night. He's just
it just has not moved.
It doesn't, like, as soon as somebody falls out, like right in front of him, there's Malone going off track. I believe that he's a lap car, though.
Yeah, Wilkerson will be in 14th. And it says he was as low as 22nd, highest 11. He's been 14 the last hour.
He's just been, well, and it's not like people haven't fallen out of the race in front of him.
Right.
It's just he manages to get passed by somebody else. Gavin Austin, a really good 12th place run tonight. Stayed out of trouble for the most part. Up in the 12th position in that number 2 machine.
He's got a little, you know what, it's interesting.
Damage.
Him and Collazo had the same damage. The Gavin Austin 2 is not destroyed. I think the problem with Collazo was the arrow was just kicked out and maybe a little bit of the RPMs, but on iRacing, you can get that fixed pretty handedly. For Collazo, he got it fixed. He just needs something to go his way. Matter of fact, he's fighting third, and that's going to be with James Thurston.
So he's not making the time up as much at this point, so I don't know if he'll be able to track them down. He's got to hope for Conklin to make a mistake and Drugman to run it out of fuel, I guess. He blinks.
And the only thing is, he's been getting really lucky with not getting any type of penalty with the blinking he has had.
I mean, it is the difference, too, from the last E-ticket. He's not in the middle of a pack 3x3, 4x4 at Daytona. He's not hurt anyone with it yet. But that's why I say yet, because it could happen.
Yeah, it could happen at any moment. And James Thurston, a podium, which would have been his best finish in an E-ticket since forever ago. Here he is, not being challenged with Hector Collazo. Collazo to the outside, heading to the sweeper.
Collazo's somebody who I could see actually passing on the outside if Thurston doesn't send it. Drugman has not made up much of any time anymore. And yeah, I think Thurston's just going to let him by. Collazo to third. Almost 1 hour to go.
At 6 minutes to that total, everyone's really keeping an eye on this strategy. Conklin versus Drugman. I think with Drugman closing in on Sean Conklin.
He's not closing in anymore, John.
Yeah, I mean, well, little by little, like a couple tenths here and there. He still should, in theory, be now almost very possible on the strategy. I think we got to ask the viewers down below, what strategy you like better? Sean Conklin's pit strategy or Van Drugman? I would ask you as well.
If Drugman, again, can make it to about that 39-30 mark to go, I like it, because it means he can save that much at the end. I think that if he's able to, if he has to slow it down and save a ton, do it. You have 29 seconds, the gap between himself and Collazo. You know, if you're able to save it, Conklin's going to have to pit in extra time than you. Why not? What do you have to lose? What are you going to finish? Second?
Right.
You're going to get a top 2 as long as you don't completely throw it away.
It's almost like you're on a long road trip, which this is. This is a road trip e-ticket. It's going to be long and grueling. And, you know, you're sitting there thinking to myself, you know, if I stop in Tifton, Georgia, I might be able to get to Orlando without stopping again. I think that's what Jugman's thinking, where Conklin's like, yeah, if I stop in Gainesville, I can get to Sebring without stopping again.
So mine was driving up from southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. If I can just make it without stopping to Nashville,
yes,
I can make it a one-stop strategy to get myself to Jacksonville, where I'm at my hotel for the night. Going to see Daytona.
Yes,
yeah.
That is with a Honda Sonata, where somehow you can cross America.
Hyundai Sonata.
Hyundai Sonata.
Respect it. That car made it all the way from, I think it was a 650-mile trip on one tank of fuel.
Wow.
Yeah, it was great.
With the Civic, I know I can get 35 miles to the gallon. We start adding that up quickly when I'm going from Nashville to Orlando, or should I say even Daytona. Just over an hour remaining. Strategy is in play. Collazo has closed the gap. Not going to be really speaking much on that more, with it being 36 seconds back. But that sun is setting and we're closing in on golden hour.
Well, and an hour and a half is how long it's been since they went back green. So they've been nonstop an hour and a half. You got to think fatigue might start setting in for some of these guys too. Josh Lilly, we just saw, solidly up in the 6th place spot. Drugman now, he's lost about a second. Remember, he does have better tires. Conklin, though, a better car. Is he saving?
And still over 40 drivers racing, if you're wondering. Behind, you see Jeff Perchatsky. Max Swearinger now just working his way through Dunlop. I cannot look away from Josh Lilly. What a night he has had, just quietly inside that top 6.
Yeah, definitely.
Yair Rodriguez, no man's land in 5th. James Thurston, P4. We'll have the draft, but not really by much. About 2 seconds back to Hector Collazo. And all sit and wait. When can we expect Sean Conklin to pit road?
Roughly in 10 minutes.
Okay.
So probably 2 or 3 laps, maybe, however fast they're doing the laps in this one. So it still is a good minute. We're still rotating lap 29.
Yes, we're lap 29. Oh my goodness.
That's the thing, John, is, you know, if you're at Michigan, right, and you're Sean Conklin or somebody else who runs out of fuel heading out of 4, you know, and you still have a quarter of the track to go. All right, you might not win if you're leading and you'd run out, but you'll finish like 2nd or 3rd.
Right.
You run out with a quarter of the track to go here. That's 2 miles. That's over 2 miles. You're DNFing.
Yeah, you're not getting back.
No, yeah, like we'll come pick you up with the tow truck after the sun goes down.
And in this case, the sun is setting, and on really hopes and dreams, Shaver in 30 in front of Sean Conklin. Man, Conklin had to just thread the needle.
I wonder if he kind of also took that car a little more up the track and wrecked it just to not wreck the leader. We've already seen one person who's likely not coming back for making that same error.
After that, Shaver said, I would like to be at the Alabama 500.
Yeah. Hey, I'd rather wreck a car in that instance than wreck somebody else.
Jugman has lost time to Sean Conklin.
Oh, you can see the speed difference of him. He's so fast. 35.5 seconds the gap, though.
5 seconds of difference. Austin and Wilkerson. Both kind of in a world of their own.
Hey,
Claire.
Wilkerson isn't 14th anymore.
He's not. He's up to 13th.
Attaboy.
Off west, Brett Puncari back in the 17th position. Cody Meadows and Dominic Barbagallo, excuse me. Meadows up inside the 18th position. First e-ticket since the Great American 500 at Chicagoland Speedway.
Conklin, at this point, I think he just has to run as fast as possible, make up as much time on Drugman, on Collazo, all of them.
And remember, this is a one caution race. That caution took 22 minutes to stack them back up. I think what we saw with Marcelo, we're probably not going to get a caution. where it lines up for strategy unless there's a crazy track block.
Unless the leaders get wrecked with 10 lap cars and other people pile in and completely ARCA break it, I don't think we're having that issue at all.
1 hour left in the World Grand Prix, the 27th e-ticket event. This is what's on the course. Conklin, Drugman, yes, you look at him maybe saying, 8 seconds, this race is in the bag. Conklin on a 2-stop strategy, Drugman on a 1-stop strategy, and we're all wondering who will get back to the line when the clock strikes 0.
Less than an hour to go.
You know what? I brought it back for the Area 500, which is the league we broadcast on Monday, Jarrett.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and turn it up. Back here from Lama, you're watching the World Grand Prix in the final hour of the race. Just had to turn it up. So glad for everyone hanging out with us, having a great old time. And all strategy eyes are on that top 2. We have to be, I want to say, minutes away from Sean Conklin coming to pit road.
I would think in the next lap or two, more than likely, he'll be in. And then at that point, it's watching Drugman and seeing. So this is that wait and see portion of the strategy run. Collazo, 35 seconds back. He's made up about 6-7 seconds this run. Not going to be enough to make it all up. But if he can put himself close enough, maybe, something happens. We've seen lap cars makes the difference tonight for him and the 87. That happens with Conklin. If Drugman too, they could very well be the 95's night still.
You may be asking, when's the next oval e-ticket event? That is the Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway, April 1st. Following that, we'll have the Alabama 500 and then the Indiana 500. Once again, Darlington will be April 1st. 56 minutes remaining. This race has been spread out, but the speeds are still very much high. The first road course e-ticket event in NR Night in America. Top 2, 8 seconds the difference. We're not worried about that. We're wondering what happens when that 54 comes to pit road.
It's just a matter of time. And I gotta say, my underdog pick doing well, Josh Lilly.
And he's in 6th. I can't look away from Josh. I mean, he did such a good job in the 2.4 at Daytona a couple years ago, and now he's up inside this top 10. Chad Thurnquist, who at one point was battling for the race lead, he's back in the 10th spot. And Connor Horn quietly running up there in 8th.
Yeah, Truel up there in 9th. Thurnquist has faded back to the 10th spot. Only a couple more seconds back, and William Schmidt could get a top 10 out of the night.
And Schmidt does have that opportunity. We'll have to see if he can close that gap. At least from what we're looking at, it's about drawing even. 13th and 14th, that's where there is racing on the track. Trevor Huff versus Ty Leclerc.
I think there might be an issue for Wilkerson. He's fallen back. I don't know if he maybe got collected in something.
Oh, man, he's way back in the 17th position. Did he come to pit road? No. May have had an incident on the track. No, just, yes,
He did come to pit road. So he'll definitely have to make one more stop. Let's see, Conklin. I would assume he'd be coming in the next few minutes here. Maybe this time by, next time by, maybe.
To the Porsche curves, the Corvette curves, and if he comes in this time by, we got to keep an eye on that mark to see if Van Drugman can go the distance. Splash and go, you mentioned it. That's all he's going to try to do. In and out, sweeping, heading towards the Ford chicane. If Conklin comes in now, it's a brand new race on strategy. This is what we've been waiting for the last, give or take, I want to say 30 minutes, and he's not going to come in. He's going to go right to the chicane.
All right, so he'll come in around maybe, what, 50 minutes to go. 38 minutes is a roughly, again, it can go either way.
Right.
What you can make on it, so he might have a shorter stop at the end.
I think what he's doing is he's looking at Drugman and how do I choke his strategy out? How do I give myself the best opportunity nonetheless? Maybe go just a little bit longer. I think that's what is being considered.
Well, and Collazo is roughly on the same strategy, so he'd have to pit again. He is.
He does.
I was about to ask, do you take the undercut, take the speed for a bit, and he's flying it in there.
I think you can tell he's been racing with emotion since the incident, because this was the event. Everyone said he was going to come in and he was going to win, and now here he is sitting in third.
We both picked him to win this, and he was on his way to winning this race.
Until the incident with Jerry Rodriguez, and then Mosteller, his incident as well that occurred. Can't forget about what happened there. Josh Lilly, P6. Does he come in? No, he's not. Max Swearigan will be the next up to wonder if he'll make the bite to pit road with that of Connor Horn in the 67. Pits are open. 7th and 8th do not come in. Zachary Truel. It's a very early opening to the pit cycle. I think everyone's kind of looking at what Drugman is doing and trying to stretch to basically the length he's been at.
I would assume this next time by, Conklin's going to come in. If he's able to make it even longer, he can have a really short stop to finish this, or he just shortcuts the entire run and gets fresh tires for the majority of the rest of this race.
We haven't talked about this. Who's bluffing?
Yeah.
Who's bluffing?
Who's been playing it easy?
And maybe a new strategy call that we have not seen. Two drivers in front of Conklin getting held up. Christian Delgado in 13, Josh Kenyon in 31.
They do move aside. There's Drugman in the back in second. That body armor machine.
Really nice car.
They're still racing him.
I don't think Conklin's going to be too happy about this one. He may be saying, why is Josh Kenyon in 31? Originally supposed to be in 27, was going to run the event, was supposed to go skiing, and then the skiing trip got canceled. Will Shack had a power outage, couldn't get it fixed in time, and said, okay, well, my skiing trip got canceled, let me take that 31, and very much does. That's why he is there sitting as a reserve driver. You saw Riker Byram go off, now just in front of Sean Conklin's 54. It's the lap machines of the 13 of Christian Delgado and the 31 of Josh Kenyon, now to the wayside of Sean Conklin.
So when he comes back around, Conklin that is, we're going to be closing in well past probably 51 minutes to go to about 50. This is where it gets interesting on the strategy side. And you saw he lost about a second to Drugman on that little go-around when it came to the lap cars.
Kiss to the wall for Sean Conklin. All these drivers just trying to use the most of the racetrack. Under 7 seconds remaining. If you enjoyed this race, enjoyed this strategy, feel free to drop a like. Subscribe if you haven't already, because more racing left to come. It's been a fun event. And here comes Sean Conklin. Conklin to pit road. Drugman will stay out as projected. As long as the 54 doesn't speed, he will have a shot at winning the World Grand Prix.
Let's see when he stops, because the seconds here will make the difference. So Drugman is passed, so we'll watch when he pulls it on in. Past 50 minutes. And when he gets out, he'll have a full tank of fuel.
49.51, I would say, is when they started filling it up. No, left side's going up, 49.8.
No reason not to take tires. You're filling it all the way up. It's a smart move. When's he exit? 39. 49.39.
49.39, all right.
So he'd probably stop with roughly 10 minutes left in this race unless he wants to cut the race in half from here.
And remember, with 22 minutes remaining, if we get a caution, there's no guarantee that we'll get a restart. Something to know as well. James Thurston will not get out in front of Sean Conklin. So Conklin will still hold the second position with that strategy call. Van Drugman, the race leader. What's the ballpark range again? I believe a 38.
About 38 minutes, roughly, one way or the other. Now, if the 12 can make it, another 9 minutes. So basically, if he can make it about 2 laps, he might be able to make it without stopping again.
All right. As the draft from the drivers in front, we know when you're in the draft, you can lay off. He's not going to do that toe-to-toe with Josh Kenyon. We all sit and wait, because this is what's going to come down to, a strategy call race. Orange cone out in the middle of the track got knocked sideways. And Drugman will drive off into the sunset, looking for 38 minutes remaining.
Even if he makes it 39.30, that can at least mean he saved enough to make it to the end if he saves again.
Because with it being the last lap, he can also use a 33-second cushion.
Yes.
With that on Sean Conklin. James Thurston still has to pit. Yahir Rodriguez, Josh Lilly, Hector Collazo already came in.
I don't think Lilly has, but Collazo has.
Yeah, Lilly has yet to make his way in. Hector Collazo for sure. Max Swearigan 7th. Zachary Trulin 8th. We're going to be watching multiple battles because, in theory, for some drivers, they may also try a one-stop that are outside the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, look at Huff up there. He could get up there. Thornquist, any of these guys. You got to kind of think back, too. What guys stayed out those extra little bit, too, with Demos about 2 hours ago.
Right.
When we had our only caution of the race.
Oh, man. Slow how it's mere inches up against the safer barrier. Working their way through the Porsche curves and the Corvette curves before working their way through the Ford chicane. All eyes on Van Drugman. Conklin 32 seconds back. I would not be surprised if some of these drivers pulled the Drugman strategy, and with 10 minutes remaining, we're going to be grouped up with different drivers on different strategy calls.
I mean, for a lot of them, what do you got to lose? Conklin is flying out there, though. Look at the time he's able to make up.
Drugman, as expected, staying out.
All right.
What to do? What to do? We asked the viewers what strategy you like. It's almost sawed even. Drugman 52%, Conklin 48%.
To be fair, we don't know if Drugman can make it.
Yeah.
If he can make it, of course, yeah, it's the right strategy. But if everyone knew that, we'd all be crew chiefs. We'd all be drivers. We'd all be any of these things if we all knew this and could do it.
Right.
Conklin at this point just has to run as fast as possible, because even if Drugman can try and make it on that one-stop strategy, as much time as possible he can make up, the 12 runs out, gives him a better shot at making it past him on the last lap if that is to happen.
You know what, let's talk to a driver that's been kind of running around and see what he thinks. Braden Movick, your race has been really strugglesome since the start. We could use that term too. Watching the strategy between Van Drugman and Conklin, which one do you think plays out?
I don't know what the hell is even happening. I just spent the last 10 minutes trying to get back to my pit stall after I ran out of gas going into turn 2. You know, remember how I told you I was gonna, if I was bored, I was gonna end up doing the speed limit on the.
I guess you did it out of gas.
Yeah, I was being pushed at 56 miles an hour. So completely unintentional, but yeah, we're fixing up a little bit of damage, and then we're gonna be back out on the racetrack. We had top 5 speed. Like I was doing consistent low 3-minute 38.
I will say,
leaders are running. So.
Well, right now it looks like a third e-ticket title, barring a caution and if Chad Thornquist can pull one out. We'll be heading to Darlington. Are you looking at the next 44 minutes knowing that that's a great track for you after this?
I've been looking forward to that for the last 3 weeks. I love Darlington. I used to hate it, but now I love it. Especially in the Gen 6, it's a great vehicle for racing in Darlington. And yeah, I'm really excited for the next one. And I think my chances of winning that are quite high.
All right, good to know. Hasn't been able to keep up with what's been going on with the strategy side. So at the end of the day, I think we're going to keep to the side. I don't think our e-ticket champions have had a great World Grand Prix.
No, they have not. It's opened the door for a lot of newbies or guys who don't normally get that chance to be up front. Drugman, Conklin, Collazo. I mean, Thurston
in the top 4, top 5. I want nobody to look away from that. That is huge for that team.
I wrote this down. Thurston and Rodriguez pitted and got gas filled up in their tanks, 45-15 remaining. If they're able to make it 38 minutes, they just have to get 7 minutes worth of fuel to finish.
Yeah.
So I don't think that they'd be able to make up that much time, but it's worth following.
Very much so. We're all watching the clock. We know that if that 12 pits any time before a 40-minute, Conklin, it's looking very great for him after that. But for Van Drugman, a first e-ticket win in your first start, it is possible. But for Shaka, he's pitting early.
I don't think he's not going to be able to make it. We'll see. Let's see when he gets it fully full of fuel.
Wow. Are you kidding me?
I mean, if he had made it one more lap, he could have made it. I think he really could have. So at this point, 38 minutes is roughly how much you can make it. He'd have to stop for 4 minutes of fuel, which is about a lap. He's probably a lap and a half short.
Unless he does 2 tires. I don't think that would make a difference either.
You want to at least keep the speed up. So let's see what he does here. Conklin is going to take the lead.
Unless he's expecting to do the splash and go option. Coming next time by, not this time.
All right, so he's going to get past here. Let's see when the 12 exits. 42-14. So, John, he's about a lap and a third short.
Wow.
Splash and go? Or is the track so big that sometimes you can go a lap further than others?
Has Hector Collazo pit?
Yes, he has.
Yes, he has. Okay.
I believe he has.
For sure. 33 seconds back, he's coming to pit road.
Yeah. Drugman again made up time.
But he made up time. That's the big thing you have to look at with his long pit. Is made up time to that of Sean Conklin. Now he has to get the cold tires to warm up.
Has 7 minutes, 25 seconds more fuel than the 54. And these runs last roughly... I'm getting my calculator out.
Yeah, everyone's getting the calculator out. Because this is what the event's going to come down to.
He's got roughly 20% more fuel.
Oh, man. Okay. I still don't think it's over.
I mean, that much fuel extra that the 54 has to get in, how much more time is that going to be?
Right. Is it the 5-6 second difference?
So at this point, Drugman might just need to go pedal to the metal and try and make up as much time as possible and try and get it maybe, I'd say, probably within 4 seconds. Maybe that would work for him. He's got options at least. And Collazo has left Thurston in the dust, 16 seconds between third and fourth.
Yeah, so there's James Thurston now, I would say roughly halfway down the Mulsanne straight. Yair Rodriguez in 5th. Josh Lilly, career day in 6th. Max Swearage in 7th. And Connor Horn back in the 8th position. You saw William Schmidt find his way around Ty Leclerc. Leclerc on pit road. Schmidt in the 10th spot. We're coming in to 40 minutes remaining of this World Grand Prix.
And remember, if we have a caution after the next 18 minutes, it probably ends.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna, but keep it in mind.
Flying around this racetrack, maybe asking how many cars are still running? 39.
How many are on the lead lap?
With roughly still about 25 drivers on the lead lap.
All right.
Drugman over 6 seconds back to Sean Conklin, but he's on a different type of race. We're going to keep an eye to see if he is closing in. Remember, he does have fresher tires as well, but with the next-gen tire compound versus a Gen 6 tire compound and how both those cars work, it's night and day, but an extra lap or two does give you an advantage.
It does. 5.5 seconds, the gap. So you can see he makes up time on this side of the track for sure. Of course, everything condenses down.
2 lap machines in front of him. Connor Murphy, Brad Gutierrez.
So I believe there's only 23 or 24 now on the lead lap with these guys lapped.
Here are the sliding of the tires from drivers ahead. Oh, we saw Murphy going wide, just getting up out of the way, trying to avoid anything Drugman's going on. And I think ever since the Carter Kingsley situation with Daniel Mosteller, it's really had these lap drivers a little bit worried, knowing that, oh, we don't want to cause any issues.
They should be. So at this point, the leash is non-existent. It's that short.
Yeah. Drugman in the second spot. He's down to a 5-6. So it's going to be interesting when they both come in one more time. They cannot make it to the end on fuel. We're going to have, what, 10 minutes maybe remaining when they come in?
When it comes to the 54, about 10 minutes, maybe 9. When it comes to the 12, maybe 3.
Okay.
When it comes to the 4, when it comes to the 4 and 16, probably about 6 or 7, maybe 8, depending on which way the run goes.
And that's what we are now watching. Can the strategy work out for Van Drugman to win in front? Everyone else lined up, looking to see if they can get to the finish with what strategy they have left. Chad Thornquist, he's dropped back to 11th, inside now of the Jacob Wilkerson machine. We said, oh, Wilkerson wasn't moving up inside the top 14, 15. He has dropped way back.
Yeah, he's off the lead lap.
Wilkerson down to 30th.
Tough break, unless he had a pit strategy and he's able to make it, but I doubt that'll make a difference.
37 minutes remaining here in the World Grand Prix at Lama, the 27th e-ticket event. Well, just a couple weeks ago, we did have the Florida 500. That was the 26th e-ticket. And for the ones coming in, yes, strategy on in play. Drugman mistaken to turn 7, just went awfully a little bit wide. Look at how much sand has been kicked up into the grass.
You can see it from here. So about 5.5 seconds. And he makes up about a second every pit stop, so obviously stops I don't think are going to make too huge of a difference when it comes just to the length of the run. It's the length of the stop now.
And the ball's in Sean Conklin's court. But he did make a mistake into Indianapolis again, that being turn 9. All of the gravel you see kicked up was Conklin, who is now down to a 5-second advantage.
Not even. Well, now it is, but flirting with that 5-second range, you wonder, is the pressure getting to him a little bit? You can see the 12 in the mirror. The fatigue, the pressure, you can see the 12 in the mirror. I mean, a lot of people like to be that second place driver at the end run of a race because they get to be on the attack. They got something to focus on. They got that rabbit to chase. Whereas the person leading, they're the ones setting the pace. They don't have somebody in front of them who is setting the way for them to make a mistake. They're the ones that could make it.
And now the gap is down to a 4.8, 4.9. That is without the braking zones when they're both on the straights. And when you get into that gravel, you saw what happened with Mosteller. You got to shake it off again. You got to reheat the tires, get all that grip back. for Conklin. I mean, you
he's-
hear him just sliding on in. His braking points are completely different than this lap than it was the last.
He slid into that corner. He's going to make up some time with it. Yeah, he did. He made up about 2/10 through there. Great set of corners.
One lap versus the next. A 5.9 versus a 4.7.
That is a 1.2 second gain.
From that one mistake alone.
2 or 3 more of those, and this is up for grabs regardless of pit strategy.
And remember, for the viewers back at home, hey, there's 34 minutes left. Okay, you know what? I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to talk to mom or dad, friends, family. I'm going to go get some popcorn, get some food, come back. Oh, they're still racing. Okay, this is a strategy at hand. And for these guys, they have not had a move. They have been running the entire race with what is currently at hand. It becomes an issue of fatigue as things go on. You run into those scenarios, and you mentioned Van Drugman. He has a reason to stay focused. He has a big, rabbit to go ahead and chase. Sean Conklin. For Conklin, does he have a reason to stay focused? Yes, win the race. But then again, there isn't that objective that's just out in front that he can go out there and reach.
There's not someone to chase. Like, when there's somebody to chase, you can see where you're gaining, where you're not. You don't have to look back. Because he's got 27 seconds to Collazo?
Yeah.
Collazo this night will be summed up in one question. What could have been?
What could have been indeed. 5 seconds, the difference between Thurston and Rodriguez. These two have been together the entire race. And Josh Lilly, this is huge. For the ones watching back home, you may be saying he's in 6th. What's so great about that? Huge for him, huge for what he's been able to do. He was hyped up after his 2.4 Daytona win. Didn't really show much of it last year. This year coming in, it's like, okay, did the Josh Lilly excitement wear off? I would say not. Big top 10 run with 33 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he has been putting on probably his best e-ticket run ever by a wide margin.
And Jarrett, we're just 11 minutes away from where you may be saying we got a caution, this race is official.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, can't go too crazy with it. But these cars are so spread out now. I don't know if we'll get that caution, but a lot can change in 33 minutes.
Yes, it can. What's been the trouble spot? Well, pretty simple. It's been Indianapolis, turn 9, and that's where Van Drugman now closes on in. Sean Conklin, he has another lap machine to deal with. That's Josh Kenyon. Kenyon will not get out of Conklin's way.
And he had that similar issue with them earlier in this race where he raced him side by side for half the track.
Collazo 31 seconds back has now turned into the fastest driver on the speedway. But that one mistake, that wasn't even a mistake on his own, it put him in a tough scenario that you currently have watching.
I have a feeling he's going to punt this 31 if he doesn't get out of the way soon.
I think Josh is really giving him a run. Toe-to-toe through Porsche, through Corvette. Little tap. Still not letting him go.
And look at the time difference.
And Drugman made up down to 4 seconds. Conklin had to focus on a lap machine. Remember, Drugman does have the fresher tires.
They're both Fords, right?
One Ford of Drugman,
No,
one Ford of, yes, Josh Kenyon as well.
Just asking if they're working together at all.
Well, you never know.
No, I'm just
You never
posing
know.
the question.
4.5 seconds, now less than that. And this is the point of the run where you see Van Drugman kind of like even out with Sean Conklin. One's not really gaining, one's not really losing. The drivers that started on the front row, both of them up inside the top 3. Want to know how many laps Hector Collazo led? 16 of 38.
Gosh.
And they all came, I think, within the first 17 laps.
Yeah, because he got the lead back from Demos after like a lap or so after that restart. So maybe, yeah, first 18, 19 laps.
Very vocal individual as well. You expect him to be very animated at the end of this race if things don't go the way he expects. But as of right now, Conklin versus Drugman, World Grand Prix. Let's go ahead and review it. Start the race off as expected. Wild, everyone tightly knit together. One caution comes out former two-time e-ticket champion and Braden Lovick, and we spent 22 minutes pacing the racetrack.
Yep.
What did that do? It sized up a run at it again through the Mulsanne, and we looked at 3 or 4 drivers and said, okay, they got a legit shot at winning this race. Of those, I would say 5 drivers, because Chad Thurkus is there at one point until the strategy didn't go his way. Mosteller, Drugman, Conklin. You could throw Thurston and Rodriguez in there, but we're all looking at Collazo like, oh my goodness, Hector Collazo, what a race he has had.
Yeah.
And then what happened? Lap traffic plagued both the machines. Collazo with Jerry Rodriguez. Then you had the incident where it was Mosteller with Carter Kingsley. Daniel Mosteller's race went up and ended because of it.
4-second gap. We talked about it earlier. If Drugman was able to get around 4 seconds away from Conklin and he's able to have a really short pit stop, that could be the difference.
I don't think they're worried. This has got to be the part of the race where everyone looks, and not just for what you see on screen. They both still have to pit, and Drugman can take less fuel than Conklin.
But that's what I'm saying, is the closer he gets with the shorter pit stop, they could be neck and neck. We're seeing there Barbagallo in 20th, about to be lapped probably in the next few minutes, next lap or so.
Barb helped a lot with this event. The overlays, same with Andrew Schulte. Schulte did a great job with all the overlays and the views of this event. Helping make sure every driver looked his best.
Oh, and I got to give him props. Stayed on the lead lap in an event, a track that wasn't really fitting his style, not something he excels at. Staying on the lead lap this long, even at an 8-mile track, is still something that is commendable.
4 seconds now, Barbagallo. I don't think he's going to be getting out of the way. This is going to be another wrench in the side of Conklin. The last couple of drivers he's had to come and deal with have been
He had to move him. And
look
at the time he's losing. Less than 3 seconds. That's a second, maybe at a quarter. He just lost. Drugman is now right there ready to strike.
And the strategy is going to change to Van Drugman. He is under 4 seconds. The World Grand Prix may have just gone in the hands of the 12, with the top 2 still having a pit.
And Conklin, you can tell the frustrations there. These lap cars are not driving respectfully to the leaders. And he probably thought, I'd rather give up a second and a quarter rather than be crashed like Demos was, rather than be crashed like Collazo was. And now you see the gap, 2.5 seconds between the 54 and the 12.
Wow.
This race just changed in that moment with 27 minutes left to race.
This is why it's a 3-hour race. They both still have to pit. Reminder to all, Drugman can take less fuel than Sean Conklin because Drugman went for the long pit, or should we say the overcut, to Conklin's 54.
2.5.
2.5 seconds.
2.48, 2.47, 2.46. Reeling him in.
This is not over, and this is what road course racing's about. You will have this spread out racing. What happens at what corner that changes it when it matters the most? It's almost, you know what? I know everyone hates when I compare baseball and racing. But how many games, Jarrett, you're a Cubs fan, I'm a Marlins fan, have we watched these 9-inning games be inning 1 through 8, nothing going on, and then in inning 9, all heck breaks loose?
When inning 1 through 8, your team's winning by 3 runs, and a grand slam happens at the bottom of the 9th, and you end up losing.
And once again,
it happens.
The comparison to stick and ball sports and motorsports probably shouldn't happen.
2 seconds.
But just like any sport, you wait to the end because you know if something magical will happen, it could happen in these moments. And Van Drugman is 2 seconds back to Sean Conklin.
He just has to get a little bit more and start sniffing that draft on the Mulsanne straight. And this is a race. This is a full-on, no-holds-bar race. And at that point, do you have the discipline to stick with the strategy?
That's going to be the real question because he's going to be within drafting distance of Sean Conklin at 54.
Do you bite and pit with the 54, who you can make 2 laps longer, or do you stick with the strategy, take the shorter stop, maybe only take 2 tires or no tires, and just survive the rest of the way after that?
Now, on the straight here, you can see Drugman not able to close in on Conklin.
He's closing in the corner a little bit, but yeah, now it's 2-2, 2 flat. You'll see through here. It's gonna close in a little bit more as there's more braking zones.
Porsche curves, Corvette curves. We've seen this is usually the part of the track where Conklin gets held up because the passing zones are really nowhere to be seen. If he can get under a 2.5 seconds, that's going to be drafting distance, where then you start saying, if you're Van Drugman, maybe you have the advantage, depending on when you both pit.
I think he has the advantage now. He's closed in enough. He has the advantage.
Remember the Porsche curves, 12, 13, the Corvette curves, 14, 15. The Ford chicanes, you just saw them, 16 through 19. 24 minutes remaining in the World Grand Prix.
The big ask now of both of them, can't make a mistake. Conklin is the faster driver. He has the faster car. Cannot make a mistake. Drugman has the strategy. 2 seconds back, in position to strike. Can't make a huge mistake.
And just around 2.5 seconds, the difference between that top 2. Great crowd watching back at home. They know what's at stake. They understand the strategy, the complexity of this race, like nothing you've seen in an e-ticket event.
2.3.
Oh, by the way, you thought the speeds have been changing since the drop of the green flag? Just got on the Mulsanne, already up to 180 miles per hour.
Oh, he's flying.
Now, is that in draft? I mean, he's probably, yes, he is, just a little bit.
That's saying if he can get himself under 2 seconds, well under 2 seconds, he'll really get a good draft down the straight. And at that point, race is on.
Yeah, you get 215 if you're really getting that draft. 207, 208, he won't clock the 215. Actually, in early testing, we clocked 218, but the racing on the rest of the track wasn't the greatest, so we went ahead and changed the strategy and the setup up.
2 flat.
210 miles per hour.
He's under 2 seconds now.
Van Drugman will not go quietly into the night. Versus Conklin's 207. Yes, very much got the slipstream down the Mulsanne straight.
If he is able to, again, just keep making up time, every time they go through there, he's going to get faster.
Dale Greenwood, next lap machine, and guess where they're possibly going to meet? In or around Indianapolis, or in or around Porsche or Corvette.
At this point, if you're a lapper, just get out of the way. Let these 2 race. And just to kind of tie up a few stories throughout the top 10, Gavin Austin has just fought his way to a 10th place run tonight.
I will defend the lap machines in one area. When you get your way through 11, 12, all the way to 19, it's very hard to get out of the way. So when you're already off pace to the race leaders, that's where you see that disconnect versus us being on an oval. You get down the back stretch, you pull to the bottom.
Yeah.
That has been a big challenge. Remember, all these drivers, they went through testing, and that was a big talking point. Hey, if you're a lap car in 11, it's going to be tough. Very narrow road. Whoa, Van Drugman nearly lost the rim.
He did.
He's into the gravel.
He made the mistake. Oh, and that just lost him all of the time that he made up.
Unbelievable.
From 1.8 seconds back to 3.4 like that.
Wow. And Conklin will soon be coming to pit road.
Yeah, I would say about 10 minutes from now.
Ball was in his court, and now he's back to where he was maybe 20 minutes ago.
He might have just thrown that race away in that move, and now the big point of concern is don't make another mistake.
Sean Conklin is in.
He's going to cut it in half.
Wow. You got to stay out now. You have to take only.
You have to.
There's no way you win this race if you take tires.
No. You have to stay out as long as possible. Hope there's a caution. Hope something happens at the 54.
insane. Conklin saw the mistake and said, pit road now.
He's going to take the fresh tires.
20 minutes remaining. Right side's up.
He's off, and he'll be third. There goes Collazo.
That was a quick call. Was it just 2 tires? We'll go back and check. We saw him come in. I think he might have just done right sides only. More right-handers than left-handers here at Lama. Yes, he did. Right sides only, off and away. Van Drugman. He's forced to do gas only.
31 seconds the gap, though, going on pit road. Does it even matter? With that mistake he made, does it even matter? 32 seconds the gap.
And you expect Hector Collazo to stay out as long as possible, hoping for a caution.
Yeah.
Because if Drugman pits, will be behind or in or around Conklin. They'll both be behind Collazo. Collazo's next best opportunity to win the race, something on track warrants in the yellow, where he could then possibly back his way into an e-ticket. This has been the race of strategy. Toe-to-toe action, we've had it. But has it been like that for the last 3 hours? Absolutely not. It's been about putting yourself in position and not make the mistakes. The attrition factor is here. And it is not leaving as the sun is set. Welcome to golden hour in France.
I'd give Drugman probably 10 to 15 minutes before he has to pit. Depending on what lap he can force it to, that'll help a ton.
We'll be keeping an eye on Sean Conklin, nearly 32 seconds back. And we will keep an eye, big lockup for Sean Conklin. That's down towards Daytona. He is making mistakes as well. These drivers have gone through battle, and in the final moments, it's being put on display how tough this race has been.
I mean, he might be giving the race away.
That's a lockup. Now, he didn't go into the gravel like Drugman did, but
what's that do to your tires?
Yeah. The right side. Is that what he locked up? We'll check back once again. It may have been the left sides. Check back. Here's Sean Conklin. From the Mulsanne to Daytona Beach.
Right side.
Right side tires, and that's exactly what he just added on. Flat spot at the fresh.
You can't do that. Like, just you can't.
And if you would have said it would have been a battle between who can make the least amount of mistakes with 2 hours remaining versus 17, I would have said I thought the 95 already pulled away.
Yeah, just 17 minutes left.
The World Grand Prix is a battle of who has the most skill, who can make the least amount of mistakes, who's mentally the most tough, and who can avoid the attrition factor at every corner. 16 minutes remaining.
And I think since coming out, I think Conklin's lost almost a second.
He has. Which is back in the hands of Van Drugman, but Van Drugman has to now also not make mistakes. The top 3 has been mistake prone, and they're the best drivers on the track.
10 to 12 minutes. Just go mistake-free, 10 to 12 minutes more, and then from there, probably got to go gas and go. Just splash and go at that point. I mean, maybe a few seconds and then go.
Collazo is in. And Conklin, 32 seconds the difference.
Whoa, and I think Thurston pit, which puts Lilly and Rodriguez up spots too, 4th and 5th.
Look at these cars. They have gone through battle, just war-torn. Collazo P3. What a race he has had. He'll need the top 2 to possibly battle for the win and completely go wrong. To have a shot at winning this race, Rodriguez still needs to pit. We just talked about James Thurston coming in. Josh Lilly still needs to pit. Van Drugman, and he has draft down the Mulsanne straight.
Again, we talked about it earlier. Sometimes luck plays that big factor, and this might be one of those times for the 12. Made mistakes, but just got the lucky breaks wherever they came. Still has 15 minutes left. Can't count it as being over anytime soon. 32.5 seconds.
Can confirm. Caution comes out now. Race is official. Will not be able to get it back in time.
Yeah, I mean, Drugman, 32 seconds. Down pit road, splash and go, get out. You're not going to have fresher tires. That's going to be difficult. That's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be close.
Unique race, unique e-ticket, where you're focused more on strategy, you are focused on the fine details versus what we're used to.
Look at the 12 had the draft. There's no one even near the 54, and he just smoked him again.
Very heavy through turn 7. They're racing their heart out right now. You may be saying it doesn't feel like they're racing their heart out with how spread out the racing is. No, it's almost like a time trial. There's a ghost car in front of you, and you're trying to catch him every single lap.
And Conklin still gains about a 10th after that. But what damage that's going to do to your tires, I mean, you only can do that so many times before it's just too much.
Right.
So for those just tuning in, Drugman, Rodriguez, Lilly, they all still have to pit. Conklin, Collazo, they both have pitted. They're on the offensive.
Conklin nearly up and into the wall. That's near the Porsche curves. That, should we say, the tire barrier. Yahir Rodriguez, P3, have a night. He's out in front of Collazo as of now, still needs to pit. Could he play a strategy call? Yes, we've been watching the strategy for the lead, but somebody third on back is going to try to net gain a spot or two, and we're going to see how in the closing laps.
Rodriguez pit at the same time as Thurston, which was about a lap before Drugman. So he might be able to take a shorter stop and maybe leapfrog, and the 16 stays ahead of the 4.
Look at how Conklin's racing. He's having to drive it completely different and has lost so much time. I mean, you say, well, he's only 33 seconds back. No, he's lost 2 seconds at least since he came to pit road.
He lost 2 seconds in the last half lap. He was 32 and a half, and he lost about a second and a half. We'll see through these corners what he can make up. But a second is probably, roughly a second he lost that lap.
We see what the viewers say. It is swing to the strategy of Van Drugman.
I mean, these mistakes, they're handing the race to the 12.
We'll have draft from Sean Rowe as well. We sit, we watch. 12 minutes remaining in the World Grand Prix.
12 for the 12.
Sean Conklin, a veteran in NR, has never won an e-ticket event. He was grouped with the drivers that you always wondered if he could ever win one. Multi-time winner in NR Night in America, multi-time winner on a road course. Van Drugman, new to the community, just started an NR Night in America a week ago and is just under 12 minutes away from winning his first e-ticket if the strategy goes right and he doesn't speed on pit road.
I think he's either going to pit this time by or next time by, John.
Rodriguez is in.
All right, is he going to make it?
Right sides.
All right, let's see where he cycles out. Collazo will be ahead of him. Lilly gets ahead.
Will be ahead of James Thurston, maybe not. There's the strategy call. This will be a fight for position for the race.
He's ahead of him.
Wow.
And that will end up being, because Swartz still has to pit, that'll be for a top 5.
Yahir Rodriguez going for his best finish in an e-ticket event. First e-ticket he wrecked out of, running the Paddle Award 5 in the Indiana 500. Now we'll have to fight James Thurston, a veteran in NR Night in America.
It's going to be tough, though.
11 to go. Drugman, Conklin. Conklin was able to close the gap to Drugman.
I have a feeling Drugman probably
mistakes.
He's getting loose.
All that gravel being kicked up, and the pendulum has swung back to Sean Conklin with 10 minutes remaining.
It's an ebb and a flow, back and forth. It's like tug of war for the two strategies. He just gave up the 2 seconds he made up, and then it's what happened before Conklin pit.
You're going to see that live chat erupt when the 12 comes to pit road. It could be this time. It could be next.
You can't speed. You gotta keep your fundamentals. These are the moments you can't just screw up on the basics.
All eyes sitting, waiting through Porsche, through Corvette. It will be determined through the Ford chicanes for Van Drugman. Stay out an extra lap or come in now.
Coming in now. All right, let's see.
Don't make the mistake. And you go to victory lane. Spend too long filling it up. It could be second. Put too little in. You could run out of gas. Conklin's got Barbagallo ahead of him.
Oh, and he's moving.
I don't think so.
Do we really see revenge this late in the race? Go back. Let's see. He's behind him. He's pitting.
Barb is in.
All right, let's see the 12. He's just stopping now.
Just getting in. Conklin through the Ford chicane.
Doesn't go wide. Perfect corner for him. Does the 12 get out in time? He's out.
Do it. They're going to be racing a Dunlop. There's Conklin. There's Van Drugman. Van Drugman, new race leader.
Oh, it's going to be close. The 54 is there.
8 minutes remaining, and we have a fight in Lama.
3 tenths between them.
Heading to the S's.
How different is the tires going to be, though? The 12, it looked like, took just fuel only.
And they're going to race down the Mulsanne straight. 1-2 in the closing minutes of this event.
There goes Conklin making the pass.
Inside through the S's. Van Drugman won't give it to him.
No give.
Incident, chase crawl out of the way. We stay green. The next 3 miles will be a dead heat between Ford and Toyota.
Who plays the game of chicken better? Into the corner. Conklin has the entry to take the lead away from Drugman.
And who outbreaks who? We've seen multiple drivers into Daytona Beach off turn 7 tonight.
How much time, if they spun each other out, would that be? Would Collazo get a chance?
He'll head to the sweeper, still drawing even. This is at 208 miles per hour.
No contact between them yet, but they are dead even. 12 has a bit of an edge. Favor goes to the 54.
Conklin took the shorter way around. Brace for turn 7. 3 hours of racing, 7 to go.
Oh, they're close. No contact, smokes him again for Conklin, but he has the lead. Crossover.
Van Drugman, the switchback.
Oh, he hit him. Contact between the two of them.
And they're still even for the race lead. Conklin now a nose out in front heading to turn 8.
Conklin got into his left rear. Now Drugman right behind him. That's a sense it's on. No holds bar, all contact between the two of them. Drugman looking to the right, looks to try and make the move. He has the lane, doesn't make it.
Tries it there and won't work out, heading to Indianapolis. These two have both gone off into the gravel on this end of the speedway. Conklin does it that time. Drugman takes advantage.
He's got the inside again, contact again. And Conklin gets the gap. Half a second now between the top two.
6.5 minutes remaining. And Drugman's trying to stop the bleeding. Keep it under a second. And try your hand again down the Mulsanne straight.
But John, do you almost make it like when we had the Indiana 500 last year, where you don't want to be that lead car because of the drafting difference?
And it's wild you said that on a road course, because it is very possible.
It's true.
Being the leader down the Mulsanne could be a weak link.
It's so similar. He just has to stay in contact with that 54. 54 cannot make any mistakes.
Sean Conklin took 2 tires. They're the right size, but he's flat spotted them multiple times in the stint. Drugman just fuel only. Has possibly less fuel than Conklin in his race car. Heading to the Ford chicane.
And the question is, do you make contact? The 54 hit the left rear of the 12, made a ton of contact. They're bouncing around. That's going to be a ton of time lost for Drugman.
8 tenths. 9/10 it will be when they head to Dunlop.
5 minutes remaining.
And Toyota has full advantage. And you see how much they have to slide the car wide just to set it up for one.
John, we're probably getting 2 laps. It's probably 2 to go.
2.5, you can get draft as well. You want to be around a second. We've seen drivers make up a full second from the Mulsanne straight. But you wonder if you're Drugman, do you put it all on the line now?
I mean, I don't think Conklin would expect it. Or maybe he would, but that being the only chance. But 2 to go, not many people make that move.
The race will not end on this lap. You are correct. 4.5 minutes remaining. 2 to go, and Van Drugman 8/10 back. Can you do it? Sunsetting from Lama. 7/10 back. Top 2. 4 minutes remaining.
Oh, he's catching him. He's catching him quick. And there's Conklin trying to break the draft.
Oh, he's just tailing back and forth.
So he made up 3/10. Made up 4/10. No, 6/10 actually. He's a second back at the start of the straight. Oh, he's within striking distance. He might have to make a contact here. He's there.
Do you put your chips in the middle? Right here, right now. Drugman to the outside. Conklin on the bottom. The race to turn 7.
Conklin and Drugman don't make contact again. 54 keeps it. 12 tries to cross over again. 2/10.
Next shape up, turn 9. You can make it to 8. Single file. You want to try to advance through Indianapolis.
Drugman's there. Does he make the move? He's going to try to the left side of the 54.
That's the long way around. Oh, that's going to be tough.
Contact between them, even into the corner. They keep it together. He has the advantage, doesn't take it.
Big lockup out of the 54. Conklin grabs the litter. Drugman the race leader.
He's
to
clear.
turn 10.
He was clear for a moment. 54 keeps it in there.
Can you believe what you're seeing with under 3 minutes remaining?
3 hours to 3 minutes. The racing as close as the start. Conklin now pulling even, pulling just ahead of Drugman.
And what happens if these two go off? Hector Collazo, 28 seconds back. Still very much possible. Brake rotors glowing. Top 2 fighting.
Drugman made up a full second. He just has to stay in contact with the 54, come into what's looking to be the white flag.
That e-ticket magic, you wondered if it was going to happen. It has arrived. Through Porsche, through Corvette, head into Ford.
Drugman is just putting his nose out there. He almost like he's saying, I dare you to change your line into these corners and mess it up in front of me.
This race is official. Salamanca, 1 to go in the World Grand Prix.
Much better sense of corners when it comes for Drugman. Didn't lose a ton of time, gaining a little time now compared to a lap ago. Less than half a second between the two. Oh, and he made a ton of time there. Less than 4/10. 3/10 the difference. Conklin on the defense. Drugman on the offense.
This is not the first time Ford has gone to war in Europe. Through Dunlop, head into the S's. Can Drugman outduel Sean Conklin?
Contact.
Looks for the long way around. It's going to be a clash to the Mulsanne straight.
Oh, a huge block by Conklin. Drugman looking to the side. They're going to be side by side. Contact.
All eyes on the top 2, and it's going to be a drag race down the Mulsanne once more.
John, we're side drafting in a road course. Never thought we'd see the day in an e-ticket. Conklin about 200ths ahead. He has a nose over the 12. He's got the line to enter the corner.
Third place driver, 27 seconds back. You've raced 3 hours. You've gone through the attrition. You battled 49 others. It's down to the side-by-side battle between Toyota and Ford.
The clock runs out, running now just to the line.
Turn 7. Brace just once more. Drugman 12. Conklin 54.
No contact again. Smokes the tires up. Drugman going to try and pull that crossover. He's there.
He's going to do it. Van Drugman, the race leader, in the closing moments of this race. Now can Conklin get him to Indianapolis?
Lead change with half a lap to go. This is the gap for the win, the battle for the win.
We know the story of Ford versus Ferrari. Tonight we learn the story of Ford versus Toyota. Two drivers fighting for their first e-ticket title.
Big send by the 54 of Conklin. He sends it. He spins. He's around.
And Van Drugman can start to celebrate.
Not yet. He's made mistakes too.
Race in the hands. Sun setting from Lama. Did you ever think it would go this way? Through the Porsche curves, the Corvette curves. It's Ford leading the way.
Just has to negotiate this set of corners. Don't make any big mistakes. No pressure. You see the brake rotors glowing.
These drivers have gone through battle, strategy, the last 2 hours. That's all we talked about. Will Conklin make less mistakes than Van Drugman? Will Van Drugman show up and show out versus what was at hand? Chevrolet led the way early on, but it came down to the blue oval running in 12 with the final moments. The first road course e-ticket title will go to a first-time e-ticket winner. Final time through the Ford chicane. He'll roll this time around, and Van Drugman will be held center stage in France. Van Drugman wins the World Grand Prix at Le Mans. Can't you believe what you just saw? Conklin finishes second. Colazzo will come home third. We may have a fight for fourth. Unbelievable stuff. Ford's 30 ticket win in a row.
Absolute insanity. A lead change with half a lap to go. Side-by-side racing the last 3 laps of this race.
I just cannot believe the stuff we saw. James Thurston will fight for a P4. Yahir Rodriguez will roll across the line 5th. Van Drugman, a first-time e-ticket winner in the number 12. Thurston in 4. He's still coming to the line. What a World Grand Prix.
Well, and you're seeing some pretty amazing finishes for guys that we don't normally see up in these road course races. Rodriguez we're watching now going for 5th. Lilly having a mirror full of Braden Movick.
This is going to be a great finish for Josh Lilly. P6, can you believe it? The Red Bull fans will be a delight knowing he's going to be racing come Alabama to see if he can go get his first e-ticket, maybe even come Darlington. A 2-time e-ticket champion, and Braden Movick may fight his way through, but Josh Lilly, a P6, something to stand on business.
Origin P7 in that Chick-fil-A machine.
And how about Connor Horn coming over from area? His first e-ticket start was 609 Motorsports. The Elite 8 belongs to Horn. Zachary Truhl.
Oh, he almost biffed it in that corner, but he's going to make it around for a 9th place finish. A very solid 9th place finish in the night. And then looking back, we got Thornquist. Going to probably get a top 10. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, he'll get a top 10 out of this night. A very good night for Thornquist. I know he wanted to do a lot better with the win. He thought he could probably be higher up, but still, top 10, moving in the right direction.
2 Red Bulls in the top 10. William Schmidt, there he is. Man, it was a tough night for Schmitty. But 11th for the closer. I don't think he's going to be too offended on that. Tyler Clare, first time in the top 12, first time in an e-ticket event. He will come to the line to finish this race. Gavin Austin's car just riddled with bumps and bruises. A top 15 it will be for him.
How about West? Back in 14th. Solid return for him as well.
Something to hang his hat on before Darlington in the Valvoline 11. And in those final moments, we became a race fan.
Yeah.
We were a race fan all night watching the strategy with 2 hours remaining.
You couldn't see us at home, but we're sitting there grabbing each other's shoulders, pointing left and right like we're at the track, and boy, it was fun. Sean Rowe, top 15. But our winner, Drugman, perfect. Van Drugman with the perfect strategy tonight.
Can you just believe it? What a race, what a ride. Second race in a row with a first-time winner. Check that if I'm not mistaken. Well, second E-Tick in a row this year with a first-time winner. Ford winning 3 of the last 3. Only Ford has won this year. And what was the marketing leading into this event? I believe in foreshadowing. Ford versus Ferrari,
man. And he thought this was fun. April 1st, Tuesday night, Darlington, the Southern 500 with the Gen 6 cars. That's going to be a handful.
And we get to hear from Van Drugman. What a wild finish it was. Let's hear from him now. Van Drugman, congratulations. You're an e-ticket winner in 2025.
Oh my gosh, bro. I didn't think I had a shot because I knew I saw Sean in FTF. Dude, he was so fast. And then obviously Hector, he was flying. I don't know what he was driving, the Garage 56 car, had to be, but bro, I can't talk right now. I'm trying to go over here and do a burnout, but like I got people sideswiping me. I don't know what to think right now.
One caution race, and I talked about it I think with 2 hours to go. Oh my goodness, your strategy. Was that something planned that early in the race?
No, it was not planned. It was not planned that early, but I'm telling you what, once at the hour and a half mark, it was definitely planned. I definitely was definitely listen to going with the go long strategy so I can the final stop just take no fuel, take nothing. Well, not no fuel, but you know, less fuel compared to the
we know you
54.
We know you usually run a different number. I think you may have to stick with 12 because lucky number 12 worked out. This body armor Ford Mustang is just, I'm not gonna say it's destroyed. It's probably the cleanest looking car on the track. But you went through the gravel, you kicked the dust up. The final hour, it was just swaying back and forth on the projection of you or Sean Conklin.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I don't want to say anything else before me celebrating other than shout out to Sean, man. That's what you call road course NASCAR racing at its finest. I don't want to hear anything about he choked, blah blah blah. He was one of the drivers of the day. I don't want to hear it. He put on a show for the people watching. Shout out to him. Clean race. And it shouldn't be no bad talk about him losing this race.
Not at all. Congratulations on the big win. What do you want to say to these viewers back at home?
Dude, enjoy the show. My teacher was watching. I told him to watch. He's a big Cletus McFarland fan. So, Mr. Mayfield, if you're watching, I won. Be proud of me. And
that's
bro,
awesome.
I still don't know what to say. I mean, thank you to every league I've ever been in. You know, people in it, driving me better. You know, I put in so much hours into this, and I want to become a NASCAR Cup Series driver one day. And you know, it might seem insignificant on the surface, but dude, the amount of preparation I put into this, it just. If you put in the hard work, you can do it. No one can stop you. No one can stop you.
I think it's time to burn it down. What do you think?
You read my mind.
Burning it down in Lama. So many firsts tonight, and then we get to add a first-time winner to the list.
This is a first in our win too.
Is this a first of many? What do you think?
I'm ready for Darlington, bro. Sign me up.
Sign him up.
I might be a road ringer, but I do ovals first.
Wow, heck yeah. Hey, April 1st, it's coming around, and you can't forget about the Alabama 500. That's going to be coming up as well. You and 12, it just mixes so well. Oh my goodness, what a race that you put on. Hats off to you. 3 hours, we got to commentate 3 hours, driving this track for 3 hours. I mean, for all the drivers that just finished, hats off to you all. Drugman, I mean, I'm just speechless on how you guys made that the final hour.
Hey, we put on a show, and that's what we wanted, right?
Heck,
is it safe to say we'll have more road course heat tickets after this one?
I think so.
Chicago.
We have Chicago Street lined up as well for 2025.
Oh, heck yeah. I'm excited. Dude, I'm still tweaking right now. I'm sorry.
Nah, celebrate, man. It's awesome.
Also, Iceberg, big fan. Love your videos.
Thanks, man.
So,
I love your driving.
thank you. Thank you. I'm pumped, dude. I'm gonna go tell my mom I won, and she'll be all happy. So, that's pretty cool. I'm excited.
Everybody loves their mom. That's what we love to hear. Congratulations, Van Drugman. Hopefully you watch back and continue to smile until the end of time with this race. We're going to talk with second here in just a matter of moments. Oh, man. That's this. What is that? We had Vila with an awesome interview. We had Kai Collymore, Florida 500 awesome interview. Van Drugman adding himself to that list. It has just been so enjoyable. We'll hear from... Hopefully we can hear from Sean Conklin in just a matter of moments. But what a race. And we were reading the live chat. And yes, this is what road course racing is about. You got 3 hours and maybe 2 hours of just straight strategy, like what we just saw.
I can't skip a single lap.
No, you cannot. We are hugely excited for the Van Drugman group. Greatly excited, should I say. We'll get ready to go, continue monitoring and talking with other drivers here in just a matter of moments. Hector Collazo, we'd like to hear from him as well. But what a race. We don't seem to be finding Sean Conklin, so we'll go to Collazo, and heartbreak with what happened, but still rallied for a top 3 nonetheless. Hector Collazo, John Ramos, you got a copy?
Yeah.
And you can hear it in your voice. This is a race you expected yourself to win.
Yeah.
Any comments from what happened?
A joke. Shout out RGR for giving me a chance. Yeah, piss. That's really it.
Not excited at all with how this race all ended. Nonetheless, exciting race. You had a lot on your side. Road courses, it's been your thing. Opinions heading into the future.
Let's check on a car that's not stopped in the, for 10 laps, you know what I mean? Like, if there's a car stopped on track, definitely gonna be a caution, but nope, let's just keep it racing. Just ignore it. And 4,000 wrecks. Apparently someone flipped, and nothing happened, so yeah, let's keep an eye on track next time, guys. Yeah.
Interesting indeed. Hector Collazo finishing P3. Not able to hear from Sean Conklin. That's the thing. You have 50 drivers that go ahead and race. You're going to have 49 that are very upset at the end. Nonetheless, what a race here from Lama when it all came said and done. We'll get ready to head back to our studios here in Nashville, Tennessee, actually in just a moment. Matter of fact, there's one more driver we might be able to talk to. He didn't finish inside the top 3, but I know he is greatly excited. Oh, just left his Discord call. Was gonna go ahead and bring in James Thurston. So you know what? We didn't get 3 interviews. Let's talk to Yahir Rodriguez. Rodriguez, John Ramos, you got a copy?
Hey.
Top 5 at the end of the day. Are you out of breath?
Yeah, that was a little bit difficult because I'm sitting in a party chair. I don't got like an amazing setup, but yeah, I think it was probably like the second difficult, like most difficult race I had behind the Chicagoland race back in December. But yeah, that was pretty, not too exhausting, but yeah, that was something.
Road courses, are you more of a master here or more on the open wheel side?
I think, yeah, I'm more on the road course side. Been doing this since I started racing, iRacing. I'm really proud of this result. I think I could have shot for a 4th, but messed up too much to catch the Thurston. So overall, I think, yeah, I'm more of a road course guy.
All right. Well, y'all here, top 5. Congratulations on that. We'll continue to monitor your excitement and things to come in the near future. Jarrett, we're going to bring it back to our studios in Nashville, Tennessee. I mean, we talked about it. What's going to change? Is something going to change? And it changed pretty quickly within the final hour.
Yeah, I mean, the final hour, the final minute of this race.
Yes, really the final minute.
Back and forth at the end of this race, and you know, you get the highest of the highs, the lowest of the lows with these events. But at the end of the day, a great finish like that, a great way to end off, and off to Darlington, man. I can't wait.
The next conversation, I guess we can kind of go back to it. The incident with Mosteller, we believe that is what Hector Colonzo was talking about. We did hear from admins that he was going back and forth, saying his opinion, saying, hey, that should have been a caution. He was stuck in the middle of the track, and in the live chat, it almost seemed kind of split. Now, we can make our opinions on it as well with us being in the broadcast booth. Jarrett, we'll start with you first. Should have that been a caution?
One, it shouldn't have happened.
That is true.
The probably worst move I've seen in an e-ticket ever, at least since I've been on these. I do think back to the drivers meeting, talking about, you know, we're talking about number of cars in a wreck, or if it completely blocks the track, things like that, how many cars are oncoming if it's a restart, and the big talk was to not throw it, and the other talk was to leave it to the admins.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that's what the admins are for.
I agree. And here's the thing. At the end of the day, yes, that caution should, in my opinion, I don't think it should have been a caution. I know that's wild to say. Recently, I've been very relaxed on yellows. I mean, we look back to the Florida 500, the incident between Douglas and Newbing. There kind of is a consistency here. Now, you got to wonder, where do you draw that line? Mosteller was stopped. Was there oncoming cars? From what I remember, I don't remember seeing any oncoming cars. But we asked the admins, why was that not a caution? And they said, relax, yellows are on, and think back to the Discord call. We're going back to that drivers meeting. If certain drivers were not happy with it, they could have said what they would like to see at the drivers meeting, and they said the strategy was in play. We wanted to watch the best drivers play it out. Personally, it's kind of like that glass half full. You don't get the finish you have with the caution, and at the same time, if you get the caution, do you feel like that's more of a valid reason with what happened? It's going to be back and forth. We're going to hear it in the live chat, and we are going to be hearing your opinion. So yes, please state your opinion on if you believe that needed to be a caution. Here's one opinion that I don't think anyone is going to disagree with. That finish, unbelievable. You couldn't ask for a better finish to a road course e-ticket, let alone the first one.
No, I mean, the finish itself was the highlight of the night. The racing between the two of them. There was contact, yes, and they could rub side by side if they needed to, rub doors, whatever, but clean racing. And you know, we talked about it this week watching Coda, and we love the clean racing, and it's a breath of fresh air. And we talked about it after Daytona for the Florida 500, about how a lot of people said, well, you knew coming to the line that they were all going to crash. No, they were not going to crash, even if it was 2 cars going for the win or 32. And I think that's the big thing to take from tonight, is that the strategies were played perfectly for both of them to be side by side racing for the win when the clock struck 0.
And it was fantastic. Like, just every moment, every second, those final 20 minutes. And you know what? This is why we watch and we trust the moment. I know I've compared it too much, Jared. Jared, I'm sorry. You're a Cubs fan. I'm a Marlins fan. We're baseball fans. We've seen it. We've seen enough 0-0 games and then going even into extra innings. Yeah. And you're there going, is this going to be where someone makes a drive to left? For us, what was it? Oh, my goodness. Colazzo incident. Okay. Race is now falling through the motions. Oh, my goodness. Van Drugman made a mistake. Oh my goodness, Sean Conklin made a mistake. They're going back and forth. Who's going to win the race off pit road? And you know what? It did make it a big deal, because I think if Conklin doesn't lock up and flat spot that right front twice,
probably has
wins
the
race.
Yeah, he probably has the grip to make better lap times and win it.
Can't believe it, but we can believe how great it was. E-ticket events, they're so good because of you all, the viewers. And next, we're heading to Darlington, South Carolina for the throwback race, the Southern 500. Race fans, we will see you April 1st at 8 Eastern, 7 Central for the 28th e-ticket event. Enter Night in America next Tuesday with the new ARCA car update. Area will be back at Homestead for this Monday. You can catch the NWP
Yeah.
coming up next week.
My channel on Wednesday, and then I'll be live after the Xfinity and Cup races this week. And we always got stuff going on, so be sure to come hang out and definitely watch this guy's stuff. Best racing out there.
Heck yeah, and you know what? There's always something to watch, and there's always a reason to tune in next week. I'm John Ramos, alongside Jarrett Lundberg. This has been the World Grand Prix.